Welcome back to Know Thyself on the value and limits of self-knowledge. We are now embarking on part 2 of this course, in which our focus will be theories of the unconscious as well as theories of the emotions. Today I want to focus primarily on Sigmund Freud and the psychoanalytic theory that he helped to develop and popularize. This is by no means an attempt to give a comprehensive discussion of psychoanalysis. It was a huge, highly influential movement for much of the 20th century, but I want today just to focus on some of what I take to be the core aspects of Sigmund Freud's own development of that theory, hoping that some of the points that we make will be able to shed light on much larger themes that are of interest to us in this course. So Sigmund Freud is a psychologist who was trained as a physical scientist, primarily as a biologist. He did a lot of work on the biology of fishes in the early part of his career. And the reading that I want to have associated with our discussion today is a book of his called The Introductory Lectures on Psychoanalysis. That was the record of a series of lectures that he gave in 1916, 1917 at the University of Vienna. When you read Freud, part of what I think you'll find interesting is that he has his own version of the Socratic method. Of course, when you're a writer, it's very difficult to engage in a pure Socratic dialogue because, of course, it's not clear how you could engage your interlocutor, your audience, by asking them questions. But Freud comes interestingly close and makes a provocative methodology in the process. And that is, you'll often find him making statements, making hypotheses, offering explanations of phenomena, stating his position. But then you'll see him say things like this: I can hear an objection arising from you now, not because he's literally claiming to hear somebody making an objection, but rather he's imagining an interlocutor raising a worry about his point of view. He's imagining someone resisting what he's saying in a certain way, and then he'll come back and respond to that with his own counter-argument. And this is a good method for argumentative writing and argumentative speaking for the reason that not only does it give you a chance to state your position and your reasons for it, it also allows you to allay some of the skepticism, some of the doubts that an audience might have. And if you're able to do that successfully, to bring them over to your side that much more fully. So it's an aspect of Freud's methodology that is interesting and I think fairly successful. But there are epistemic peculiarities of what Freud refers to as psychoanalysis. And one of them is that, as he states, there's no, he says, objective verification for that theory. When asked how one knows whether that theory is true, his answer is, well, one learns psychoanalysis on oneself by studying one's own personality. And as most experimental psychologists today would tell you, as neuroscientists today would tell you, that probably is not a very good methodology because it doesn't involve random sampling. It doesn't involve controlled trials. It's too easy to come up with subjective answers to questions that are perhaps affected by your expectations as to how the question should be answered. So this is not a methodology that would pass muster according to contemporary theorizing. Furthermore, even on Freud's own terms, I want to suggest that that statement of his does not quite fully represent his way of justifying his theory. And the reason is as follows. It seems to me in the background of some of his theorizing, we'll see precisely how that works in a moment. In the background of some of his theorizing, there's a principle which is itself perfectly objective and allows theorizing to be put up to scrutiny that anybody can assess, and that is what philosophers of science have referred to as the principle of inference to the best explanation. Inference to the best explanation says the following: when you're confronted with a puzzling phenomenon or say a range of phenomena, adopt that hypothesis, if there is one, that best explains it. This notion of inference to the best explanation can do with some unpacking, and I'll try to explain that a little bit now. First of all, it's not always clear what counts as best. What's the best explanation? Sometimes explanations seem appealing, but they're not the best because, for example, they're unnecessarily complicated, or perhaps because they don't cohere fully with other things we already have established. Likewise, there might not be any explanation of a range of phenomena that goes above a certain threshold, reminding ourselves of what the Delphic oracle said to Socrates' friend Chaerephon. We might notice that being the best explanation might be because all the other explanations are terrible and this one that you have is modestly okay. That might not make it acceptable. We might need to have that explanation be above a certain threshold. All those qualifications in mind, we can still say that part of what Freud's methodology seems to presuppose is that when you've got something puzzling, some aspect of human behavior, for example, that's puzzling, you should look for the explanation that most directly, simply effectively, compellingly accounts for it. And we'll be asking ourselves whether the theories that Freud gives are consistently of that sort. If so, maybe he's justifying his position in an effective way. Most of us think of Freud as kind of like a cartoon figure. He's on t-shirts and posters and is the butt of all kinds of jokes and so on. And I think many of us are ambivalent as to precisely his role in contemporary thought. On the one hand, it's very common to, for instance, see a friend who is sharpening all their pencils and making sure all their other writing utensils are in good order and say, oh, they're being very anal, for example. Or somebody might say, your behavior is very neurotic. It's common sense to describe aspects of human behavior in terms that Freud and many of his colleagues popularized in the first part of the 20th century. On the other hand, as I said, many people think of Freud as somewhere poised between science and literature, and it's by no means the case that psychoanalysis as a movement has anything like the prestige that it did 50, 75 years ago. So I think many of us are ambivalent as between, on the one hand, we want to try to explain our own and of his behavior in psychoanalytic terms, or at least using some of the principles of psychoanalysis. But on the other hand, we're not sure that that theorizing passes muster according to contemporary standards. In a sense, we want to have our cake and eat it too. And when it comes to using psychoanalytic ideas, the question is that a legitimate attitude to have? And if not, why is it not? But back to the principle of inference is the best explanation. Just to make sure we're clear, that is in principle, perfectly adequate way of trying to justify a hypothesis as to how things work. So, for example, about a century ago, in the early part of the 20th century, scientists came forward with the idea of plate tectonics as an explanation for a number of phenomena that are otherwise puzzling, such as earthquakes and the creation of mountain ranges. About a half a century after that, evidence about the spreading of the seafloor came to provide pretty powerful justification for that theory. So that while, generally speaking, one can't observe the movement of plates that make up the crust of the Earth, nevertheless, one can get indirect evidence, such as seafloor spreading, growth of mountains, eruption of volcanoes, and many other things that can be accounted for according to the theory of plate tectonics. And if that's right, that provides powerful support for that theory, and that's a theory that is widely accepted by scientists today. Can something like that happen for Freud's approach? That's a question that we'll be asking. Now, as Freud begins to present his theory of primarily the unconscious mind, he tells us that there are two crucial hypotheses of psychoanalysis that he describes as an insult to the entire world. And one of them is, first of all, the claim that there are unconscious processes. And the second one is the idea that those particular unconscious processes are primarily engaged with impulses of a sexual and violent character that he thinks are the bulk of what's happening in our unconscious minds, and according to him, explain a lot of human behavior. Whereas today, it's second nature almost to suppose that there are unconscious processes that account for human behavior, a century or so ago, that would indeed have been shocking. If we think of the incredible influence that Descartes and many of his followers had on primarily Western intellectual inquiry, it should come as no surprise that the idea of a mental state is almost something that brings with it, by definition, the idea that it would be conscious. Remember phosphorescence, if you're in a state of believing or wanting or expecting or wondering or experiencing something, then you can't help but notice it, at least if you pay a tiny bit of attention to your own mind. That's why Descartes was able to, in the process of developing his own rigorous theory of the physical world, start out with introspection, start out with the idea that he could survey what's going on inside of his mind and be sure that he caught everything that he was looking for. Whereas, if Freud's right, some processes are not open to introspection. Other processes are very difficult to find by means of introspection. And what is perhaps more shocking, especially for the late Victorian audience that he was speaking to, is that those processes are very much about sexuality and violence. The idea being that without necessarily being aware of it, many of us have these powerful urges towards rapacious sexual activity, towards unfettered violence that left to their own devices would probably express themselves in our behavior, but somehow for most of us manage not to do so, and it would require some explaining as to how that goes. So let me just go back to the notion of the unconscious to make sure that we're clear about what it is. There's a difference between something's being non-conscious and something's being unconscious. There are all kinds of phenomena that happen inside me that are non-conscious and not in any sense unconscious. The growth of my fingernails, my metabolism, the processing that happens to produce a visual image, for example, are all processes within me that are non-conscious, but that does not make them unconscious. What would be required to make a process inside of me unconscious is that it would have to be a mental phenomenon. And as we've seen before, mental phenomena divide into three primary types: cognitive, things like beliefs, expectations, information processing, essentially; affective, and that's going to include cases of emotions and moods, where emotions are mental states that come with a kind of feeling, but that also have an object. There'll be things like fear and hope. There's always an answer to the question what you're afraid of or what you're hopeful about. And then other types of affective states are going to be moods, such as anxiety, exuberance, that might or might not have an object. There may not be an answer to the question, what are you anxious about, for example, as well as experiential states, such as experiencing the smell of vanilla or taste of a lemon. So those three primary types of mental states, cognitive, affective, experiential, are going to be the core constituents of the mind. And to claim that there's an unconscious phenomenon is therefore going to be to claim that there is a phenomenon that's occurring inside of me that is not conscious, but it's nevertheless a cognitive, affective, or experiential state. And now the question is, what sorts of things could those be? What would they be like? And how could we possibly be convinced that any of those things is actually occurring inside of us? One further dimension of this course that I'd like to introduce you to now is that of the meditative moment, where I'll be asking you to spend just a couple of minutes engaging in some very, I hope, non-threatening, not too challenging meditation. And by meditation, I don't mean anything spiritual, anything transcendental at all, but just a way of trying to focus the mind, calm the mind. And part of what I'm aiming at is to help you realize that many of us, I don't know about all, but many of us are probably multitasking to our detriment. And if we can begin to think about monotasking, begin to think about focusing on the here and now, what project we're engaged in, we perhaps might be able to pay attention more intensely and thereby achieve what we want to in a more satisfying, fulfilling way. And one step in that direction is the meditative moment, where I'll just ask you to spend a minute or two doing something, doing very little of something, and then with luck, that will help you to, so to speak, calm the waters of the mind. So this is a meditation bowl that I picked up in Singapore many years ago. I'm going to strike it, and I'll ask you to pay attention to the sound that I make. I'll use a little clapper to revolve around it to make a kind of resonant sound. Ask you to think about that. And then try to focus on the sound, focus on nothing but the sound. And if you have some other thoughts that come your way, acknowledge them, maybe even mentally say hello to them, and let them float on by like clouds in the sky as you go back to thinking about the sound. It helps also to distinguish between two kinds of unconscious state. One of them I want to call preconscious, the other I want to call subconscious. A preconscious mental state is an unconscious mental state that can be brought up to consciousness if I try. So, for example, think about the name of one of your earlier teachers that you had in elementary school. For example, your third grade teacher. Now, it might take a little while to draw that person's name up into awareness, but with some effort, you probably can do so. If not that particular person, think about a fourth or a fifth grade teacher or someone else that you knew when you were a child. With some effort, you can bring that person's name up to conscious awareness. You might also wonder whether or not there are emotions that are preconscious, in the sense that even if it's a little bit difficult to dredge them up, can be dredged up with some effort, some painstaking, perhaps unpleasant, difficult realization, but nevertheless can be brought into conscious awareness with some work. Now, you were able to bring it up to conscious awareness, suggesting that it had been in some sense inside of you before. That's not to let Socrates win the debate, given what he said about his discussion with Meno's slave boy. I'm not suggesting that those ideas are innate inside of you, but they're something you acquired in the course of your lifetime, became unconscious from the last time you thought about that teacher, for example, and just now when you brought that teacher's name up into conscious awareness. And if you want to ask, what would it be to justify the attribution of preconscious states, it would, for example, come in the form of this dialectic that we just went through. Try to bring up into awareness something that you probably know somewhere. It's probably submerged. And then once you have that, you'll notice that it's not as if you learned something new, but rather you recollected. So long-term memory would be an example of a repository for unconscious, more precisely, preconscious mental states. But Freud wants to suggest that there may be, and more recent research on the unconscious suggests that there probably are subconscious states which are unconscious and not subject to being brought up to conscious awareness with some effort. So we're going to see that some aspects of human behavior perhaps can be explained by the supposition that there are not just unconscious but subconscious phenomena that have a powerful effect on what we do, but that we can't know by introspecting. Freud is not always himself completely clear, but I suspect that for the most part, he'd be willing to say that unconscious phenomena are generally preconscious, but near the cusp of subconsciousness. That is, can always in principle be brought up into conscious awareness, but that in some cases are very, very difficult to bring up to awareness and might take years of painstaking work. Freud also suggests, interestingly, that there are many aspects of current social experience that support his hypothesis, not just that there are unconscious phenomena, but that those unconscious phenomena are very much bound up with these desires in the direction of sexuality and violence. You can think of contemporary cultural works that suggest precisely the same thing. So, for example, the movie and book A Clockwork Orange propose a picture of society, or at least groups within society, that are, Freud would probably say, the unconscious gone wild, in the sense that they're roving bands that wreak violence on everybody they come across, and that seem to be cases in which people are giving vent to their unconscious desires and causing a lot of destruction in the process. Likewise, a more recent movie, The Purge, is going to be a case in which at least once a year, everybody seems to be allowed to let those unconscious desires have free rein, and there's a whole lot of destruction that results from that. As you can imagine, Freud has a little bit of theorizing to do about how society works writ large, based on the fact that, or in light of the fact that, according to him, we've got these urges towards sexuality and violence. He writes at one point, "Society does not wish to be reminded of this precarious portion of its foundation. That's why it will not tolerate this outcome of psychoanalytic research." What he means by that is the following. In the course of our development, each of us, as we get socialized into society, as socialized into our group in which we live through parents and teachers, workplaces, and various other institutions, we're forced over time to, as it were, tamp down our desires in the direction of sexuality and violence. And when he says at one point, civilization is forever being created anew, what I think he means by that is that each of us starts out as a barbarian. Each of us starts out as if they were a member of one of the roving bands in A Clockwork Orange or The Purge, and it's only by virtue of being forced to control those, push them down inside, keep them within us, and act in a polite way that's acceptable to civilized society. It's only by virtue of doing that that we're able to pass in contemporary life. And I think it'd also say, in a spirit like that of Thomas Hobbes, that if we don't do that, society will just break down and there will be nothing but violence, bloodshed, death and destruction everywhere you turn. So that we make a compromise in order to be members of society. We give up our desires, we give up our tendencies and impulses to act on our sexual and violent urges. What we get in turn is a certain amount of predictability and safety for ourselves. So you can't always take everything you want. You can't always, for example, engage have sexual contact with every person that you find attractive. But what you get is, in return, is you're not the object or victim of that when other people feel that desire towards you, firstly, and there is a reasonable amount of expectation that what you count as personal property will continue to be your personal property into the future. But that's a precarious balance. And Freud's idea is that even if we were to acknowledge this fact as a society at large, if everybody were to be aware of the fact that we have these desires towards sexuality and violence, he suggests the bonds of social cohesion would begin to break. That is, once we become aware of the fact that we've got these desires within us, it would be very difficult to not act on them in some way or another. So again, he says, society doesn't wish to be reminded of this precarious portion of its foundation. And I think what he means by that is, were his word to be broadcasts around society generally, people would begin to start acting on the desires that he's telling us we all have inside of us, and that would be dangerous. The result is that, according to Freud, that each of us has a vested interest in not believing what he says. Each of us has a vested interest in saying, no, that's crazy. So now look what happens dialectically as Freud defends his view. He says, I've got this radical position, I've got this outlandish claim that each of us has in their unconscious minds, this incredibly powerful set of desires towards sexuality and violence, firstly. And secondly, it's going to be in each of our interests to deny that claim. Because if we all accept it, then it's going to be much more likely that people will start acting on those desires that I'm claiming that we have. But notice that that's a view that raises some questions about, as it were, epistemology, the way in which we can justify a position. Because you can see how a similar kind of view could be generalized in lots of different directions. You could prove a lot of things, or at least act as if you're proving a lot of things, by saying, here's my outlandish theory. And by the way, my outlandish theory predicts that everybody will think that this outlandish theory is crazy. So that when you come to me and say, hey, your theory is crazy, I will say, that's what I predicted. More evidence for what I've got to say. So there's something a little bit epistemically questionable, or at least puzzling, about Freud's approach. And I suspect one of the reasons why defenders of psychoanalysis had a great deal of difficulty being able to settle down and figure out under what conditions could we find empirical support for it. Much of that methodological challenge for the theory comes from this dual aspect of Freud's position. Not only that, but also the psychoanalytic movement developed a large following of people who had a near religious devotion to it. At the same time, you might ask, if that's your position, there's a danger of intellectual hubris. That is to say, there's a danger of being too confident in your own position and waving aside all potential challenges to it. So that, as I've suggested, you can prove or act as if you're proving a lot of different things if you adopt that methodology. It's in a sense too good to be true. We're going to come back in a moment and ask, well, what would be an appropriate challenge to a view of this kind? The first few chapters of Freud's book, Introductory Lectures on Psychoanalysis, are about what he calls parapraxis. And that's his term for what now is known as Freudian slips. Again, here's another example of something that's part of pop culture, and it seems poised, interestingly, between what we take to be an established part of knowledge about ourselves, on the one hand, and fiction and mythology, urban legends and so on, that might or might not be subject to empirical validation. And that's such a part of contemporary culture that, for example, there's a lingerie shop in Oregon, I believe in Portland, USA, that is called the Freudian slip, and the potential customers surely get the reference, the double meaning of that. So it's a characteristic part of modern thought that there are these slips. What are examples? Well, Freud talks about these as what he refers to as dregs of the world of phenomena. And he's considering objections to his view that suggest that, well, these things are so trivial, so uninteresting, that it's hardly worth bothering with them when we're trying to be scientific and get a theory that allows us to understand the mind. But he, I think, rightly points out, let us not underestimate small indications. And in that respect, I think he's right. Just as at about the same time, what we now refer to as forensic science was getting its start. 100 years ago, early part of the 20th century, it probably would have been thought silly to, for example, look for fingernail clippings or fingerprints or bits of hair or bits of fiber from somebody's clothing around a crime scene. But now we know those things are incredibly crucial. Likewise, Freud says, rightly so, I think, that there's nothing illegitimate scientifically about looking for relatively small aspects, what seem like trivial aspects of human behavior. Perhaps he's right about that. And he gives many examples, including one in which a speaker proposing a toast of honor on a ceremonial occasion calls on his audience to hiccup to, the German was, auf Zutrassen, the health of the chief, the boss of some organization, whereas he presumably intended to ask his audience to toast, which is an Zutrassen, the health of the chief. Freud also cites an historical case in which the president of Germany's lower house of parliament once opened proceedings with words that translate into English as, "Gentlemen, I take notice that a full quorum of members is present and herewith declare the sittings closed." I mean open, when he intended to declare them open. Unfortunately, the wrong word came out. Likewise, if you search on YouTube with terms like hilarious Freudian slips on the news, that'll lead you to many hours of amusing clips in which newscasters and other public figures tripped over their words with quite embarrassing results. One famous case was the longtime mayor of Chicago, Mayor Daley, who said in a news conference, "A policeman isn't there to create disorder. A policeman is there to preserve disorder." Not presumably what he consciously intended to say. Freud also puts onto the general rubric of parapraxis cases of mislaying something, confusing one thing with another, forgetting, for instance. So when you keep on forgetting to do something or you keep on forgetting somebody's name, he thinks that there might be an explanation of that comes from some aspect of what's happening with you at the unconscious level. So for instance, take an example in which you have a message from an old friend, an email perhaps, that you just keep on managing to forget to respond to. And that old friend might be, if you were to think about it, you might notice that old friend might be from a period of your life that you've been trying to put behind you. Perhaps you've moved on to other things, and getting in touch with that old friend might be fraught a little bit with feelings of danger or discomfort, and nevertheless, you might not acknowledge that consciously. So you might find yourself, this week you forgot to respond, that another week goes by, you intended, once you're away from your computer or your phone, you forgot once again. You thought once again that you should respond to that friend, but once you're back in front of your technology, something else keeps on distracting you. Weeks go by until the point at which you feel guilty about how long it's taken to you, and then you never respond. This is a process that I'm not completely unfamiliar with. I'm sure many of you are as well. And the idea is there's something that it's not just a complete chance occurrence that you keep on not managing to remember to respond to that old acquaintance or friend. There's probably some reason, and the reason is perhaps something at the unconscious level. So Freud says, nevertheless, somebody might suppose that there is a non-psychic explanation for what happens in the cases of a parapraxis, such as a slip of the tongue. Maybe exhaustion or excitation, or maybe I'm distracted. And Freud replies, well, these explanations of a physical kind are extremely unsatisfying, and we should always look for what he refers to as a psychic explanation for these phenomena. I believe there he might be overreaching a little bit, suggesting that whenever there's a slip, there must be a psychic explanation, an explanation in terms of something at the unconscious level. It seems to me he could very well make the point that he wants to make without having to reach that far and just say some cases of, for example, mislaying or forgetting or confusing or misspeaking can be given a psychic explanation. It's not clear why he would need to explain all of them in those terms. Freud suggests, interestingly, that slips of the tongue, for example, and these are his words, have a sense of their own. And by that, I think what he means is that they suggest that there's a statement being made, a proposition being offered, a communicative act being carried out by something like an unconscious aspect of yourself. So take the example of the Speaker of the lower house. Presumably, he was not looking forward to the proceedings that were going to be happening that day. He was wishing that they were not going to occur at all, and that's why there was some desire inside of him that wanted to have the proceedings closed and not open, because he found what was going to be happening that day somehow distasteful. So if that's right, then there's going to be a mechanism that explains why at least some of our parapraxis occur. And that will be along the following lines: that there is an unconscious desire or intention that takes control of my tongue or whatever other body part I'm using for communicating and tries to satisfy itself. Freud also talks about a disturbing purpose as distinct from a disturbed purpose. The disturbed purpose will be something at the conscious level. I'm trying to declare these proceedings open. The disturbing purpose is something that is at the unconscious level. Some other part of me is trying to keep that from happening. Now, if that's right, then these unconscious desires aren't always completely tamped down inside of our unconscious minds. Sometimes they have a way of, as it were, reaching up from below and messing with what we're trying to do at the conscious level. And if that's right, on that model, Freud will be able to say that picture of things would explain some aspects of human behavior, would explain why it is we do some things that are otherwise puzzling. And that general approach I want to suggest is something that is in itself scientifically legitimate as a hypothesis as to why we do the things that we do. There's no reason why Freud has to say at this point any skepticism or any doubt that you've got about this theory must be your repression or your vested interest in having it turn out to be so. If he were to say that to me, I think I would say, well, I might have a vested interest in this not turning out to be so. Nevertheless, I'm still curious about how it is. And I might find that I can improve my understanding of myself if I can investigate that theory, just as I've got a vested interest in not getting a vaccination because they're unpleasant. Nevertheless, I'll put up with the pain in order to better my chances of resisting disease. Freud continues, writing, my interpretation carries with it the hypothesis that intentions can find expression in a speaker of which he himself knows nothing, but which I am able to infer by circumstantial evidence. And in that quotation, it seems to me what he says is perfectly legitimate. Here's an example of a phenomenon that can be accounted for by the hypothesis that something is going on in my unconscious mind. He continues, we seek not merely to describe and classify phenomena, but to understand them as signs of an interplay of forces in the mind. On our view, the phenomena that are perceived must yield in importance to trends which are only hypothetical. That is, he's saying, I can't, perhaps none of us can, directly observe these unconscious phenomena, at least until we're able to bring them up to conscious experience. But that doesn't mean we can't hypothesize them, just as, at least given the scientific tools that were available a century ago, we couldn't directly experience the movement of the plates that were thought to be suggested by some scientists to be things that made up the Earth's crust. Nevertheless, we could hypothesize their presence to help explain phenomena. So in some respects, I think in various respects in his writing, Freud switches back and forth between saying things that are perfectly legitimate and reasonable and well supported by the evidence, and other things that are perhaps less so. He has a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde character to his writing. And these aspects of what he has to say strike me as perfectly Dr. Jekyll-like and not very Mr. Hyde-like. That is to say, Jekyll-like in the sense that he says, here's some evidence. Here's a hypothesis I want to offer to explain the evidence, and let's go and see whether we can form some experiments that might support those further. To that extent, it seems to me what he says is perfectly legitimate. Given the focus that I've had so far on the Dr. Jekyll aspect of Freud's writing, I want to ask you likewise, can you think of cases in your own experience in which you have engaged in or have committed a kind of Freudian slip, what used to be called a parapraxis, in which you keep on forgetting something that you know you need to do, which is funny. It seems like it's happened so many times, it's not an accident, or a slip of the tongue, a mislaying, things of that kind that don't seem like they can be explained by sheer chance or distraction or exhaustion. If so, what are those cases like, and can you give an explanation in, for example, emotional terms that would involve positing something at the unconscious level? Is that plausible? And then what would it be like to come up with an experiment that is rigorous according to contemporary standards that would justify claims of that sort. That, for example, people in certain situations tend to have an emotion that is not conscious, that nevertheless has a way of affecting their behavior. Is there a way of validating that empirically in such a way as to be convinced that, yes, there's such a thing as parapraxis? That seems to me an open question even today. Freud moves on from his discussion of parapraxis to a discussion of dreams. Long part of the book is about dreams. And he's got a fascinating hypothesis there, which is that just like the unconscious phenomena that allegedly bring about slips of various kinds, so too dreams are a source of information about our unconscious mind. Starting out with, in order to give an account of how this goes, Freud says the purpose of sleep is essentially a matter of bodily rejuvenation. We sleep in such a way as to regenerate our bodies, and the ideal kind of sleep would be the dreamless kind. I'm not having any dreams. I'm in a state of sleeping in which there's nothing going on that, so to speak, experientially. And then Freud's next idea is, nevertheless, we do dream. Why? His answer to that question is, well, because somatically at the bodily level, we find ourselves having urges. And those urges, if they're to be satisfied, will generally require us being woken up. What dreams do is give us experiences that prevent us from having to wake up, if at all possible. So he writes, dreams are processes that rid us of psychic stimuli disturbing to sleep by the process of hallucinatory satisfaction. Seems to me he sometimes talks about psychic stimuli, but also has in mind somatic stimuli, that is, things of a more bodily kind. So even that's not a perfect definition, but it gets closer to what he has in mind. Well, let's unpack that a little bit more, though. The idea is that by this process of hallucinatory satisfaction, what he means is, I have a dream in which some aspect or some dimension or some analog of what my real desire is gets satisfied, at least virtually, if not actually. So to take a simple example, suppose there's a little boy who has to go to the bathroom late one night while he's asleep, and instead of getting up and going to the bathroom, which would require waking up, at least partially, has a dream in which he is urinating into a body of water, for example. Now, that might give him what Freud would refer to as a hallucinatory satisfaction and might keep him from having to get up for a little while. All too often, that results in a wet bed, but for a little while, it could allow him to preserve his sleep. And of course, he might wake up in a wet bed, but at least having slept the night through. Another example is if you're very hungry. People who've been deprived of food will often report they have dreams of feasting. Not too much of a surprise, because in those dreams of feasting, what they're doing is getting a imaginative, vicarious, hallucinatory satisfaction of the desire for food. Now notice that for Descartes, dreams are just a potential challenge to our claims to knowledge. Dreams are things that raise skeptical doubts. Whereas for Freud, they might do that, but they're also sources of knowledge of ourselves. Because if you investigate your dreams, Freud's idea is, you can learn about those desires that have resulted in the dreams that you've experienced in sleep. Freud gives a number of other examples having to do with the way in which we try to sleep through our alarm clocks. So, for example, you're fast asleep and you have a dream in which church bells are going off, or there's a burglar alarm that's been activated, and you continue to dream something happening, that is, you're still asleep, but in both cases you're experiencing a ringing. And Freud suggests that what's happening there is that you have an external experience, namely the alarm clock, and your mind is reinterpreting it in such a way as to allow you to treat it as just part of your dream and therefore not something that needs to wake you up. So it allows you to preserve your sleep. Perhaps you've got an example in which you've taken something that you wanted. You, for example, broke into a car dealership and stole a sports car, or you broke into a friend's home and took something of theirs that you've always coveted. That's something that happens in your dream. And Freud will say there too, you've got a hallucinatory satisfaction of desire. That desire, if you were to act on it, would require that you actually wake up, get out of bed in your pajamas or whatever, and break into the car dealership or your friend's house and steal what you want, with the ensuing trouble that would come from that as well. Whereas if you just have a dream, things won't be so bad. So the idea is that the role of dreams for Freud is to be, as it were, imaginary scenarios that keep us from having to wake up, thereby preserve the bodily regeneration that sleep provides, And they keep us from having to wake up because they give us partial satisfaction of desires that are occurring at the unconscious level. You can see some support for this by thinking about what happens in daydreams. So you're there in a business meeting and it's very boring and dry, and you find yourself looking out the window, and in the far distance there's a mountain with snow on it, and lo and behold, you're now daydreaming that you're skiing down a nice slope and having a great time as you make your way down the side of the mountain. These daydreams are perfectly common, and the idea is that for Freud, they are examples of forms of wish fulfillment, hallucinatory satisfaction of desires that don't require your getting out from, you're stopping what you're doing. In fact, they can just allow you to pretend as if you're doing so and get partial satisfaction as a result. Now, dreams that involve arousal of a sexual kind are more complicated, because for Freud, whereas the daydreamer has no problem accepting that, yes, it sure would be nice to be snow skiing or swimming or scuba diving or something instead of having to be at this meeting, that's not so difficult to accept. It might be more difficult to accept that you've got desires of a violent or sexual kind. And as a result, Freud suggests that there's a mechanism that happens at the unconscious level that he refers to as dream work. Dream work is a process that takes what he refers to as latent content, that unconscious reservoir of desires. Dream work is the process by means of which that content gets transformed into something that you actually experience, but experience in a way that's not so shocking. So in a famous case, Freud hypothesizes what he considers the Oedipal complex. That is to say, each of us has an unconscious desire to have sex with our opposite sex parent and murder our same sex parent in the process or beforehand in order to make that possible. And Freud will say, that is nevertheless a very shocking thing. It'll be very shocking to most of us to accept that. So that if you could have a dream in which you get some partial satisfaction of that desire, but that desire is not represented in a way that's explicit, you get some satisfaction, and nevertheless you will not have to acknowledge to yourself that you have that highly socially inappropriate desire. Here again, Freud rolls out the idea of resistance. That is, Freud will come back and say, okay, you've now told me about your dreams. I'm going to tell you what the latent content is that they actually represent. And that will be shocking to you, he'll predict. You'll resist, he'll predict. And that will still be consistent with his theory. So dream interpretation starts with manifest content, what actually happens in your dream, the things you can recall having dreamt last night, and interprets its way down to the latent level, what must have been happening at the unconscious level. Try to focus on the sound, focus on nothing but the sound. And if you have some other thoughts that come your way, acknowledge them, maybe even mentally say hello to them, and let them float on by like clouds in the sky as you go back to thinking about the sound. So we've begun to see a little bit by way of the mechanism that Freud wants to use to understand dreams. The dream production goes by this process of dream work, in which latent content gets transformed into manifest content, the thing that you experience, the actual narrative of the dream itself. And we use dream interpretation to take us from the manifest content down to the latent content, the unconscious level of desires and such that have been producing those dreams. And the reason why there can be a difference between what's at the latent level and what's at the manifest level is that sometimes the things at the latent level are painful to acknowledge. So if one has an unconscious desire to have sex with one's opposite sex parent, for example, then that probably will be difficult to acknowledge at the conscious level. So Freud says, I'm going to suppose to account for that, I'm going to suppose that there has to be some mechanism that, as it were, sweetens the message, that makes it a little bit easier to accept what's going on. And that's where the process of distortion and other transmogrifying techniques that the mind has to sugarcoat our desires a little bit, that's where that comes in. For example, Freud says the very great majority of symbols in dreams are sexual symbols. And when he talks about a symbol, I think what he means is that there are things that occur, various, for example, artifacts, that can give clues to the dream interpreter as to what the underlying latent content actually is. And this is perhaps the most controversial part of his theory of dreams. So he says that, for instance, knives, daggers, spears, pistols are all symbols of male genitalia, whereas bottles, pockets, cupboards, churches, chapels are all symbols of female genitalia. Piano playing, pulling out a tooth, pulling a branch off a tree for him are all symbols of masturbation. He says, flame is always a male genital, and the hearth is its female counterpart. And that is that whenever you're having a dream in which you're sitting in front of a fire, roaring in the fireplace, that dream has sexual content in the sense that you have a desire to engage in intercourse with someone, and that desire expresses itself not by virtue of your having a dream in which you are having sex with someone, but rather by virtue of your having a dream in which you're sitting at a fire, watching the flames grow up inside of the fireplace, licking the walls of the chimney and so on. And that is supposed to be representative of the latent desire to engage in sexual intercourse. Now, a natural question is, how do you know? How does Freud know? And as you can now predict, his response will be, here's another example of resistance, folks. So when Professor Green says to me, Freud, how do I know that this is all true? That's just more proof that Professor Green has this repressed set of desires that are knocking on the door, that are bothering him. And this idea that he's got these desires in him makes him anxious and upset. And so he wants to try to squelch my theory, perhaps Freud would say. Now, I want to say in response, we've seen before that one can find that a theory is troubling. One can find that something that we're learning about is perhaps disturbing, and nevertheless still want to figure out whether it's plausible, whether it's true, whether it's something that involves empirical support. There are plenty of theories that are upsetting. That fact itself does not keep us from being able to test those theories. And if the theories turn out to be true, as verified by various tests, then we've got to swallow that bitter pill and accept the fact that our unconscious minds are not as pretty as we thought they were. But that doesn't prevent us from being able to put it under empirical investigation. So I want to suggest that here in his discussion of dreams, Freud has his most provocative and fascinating claims, but he's also veering more towards the Mr. Hyde aspect of his theorizing, and a bit away from the Dr. Jekyll part, because it's radical, it's perhaps shocking. And when it comes to determining an answer to the question, offering his audience an answer to the question, how do I know all these things about the interpretation of dreams? Freud is at his least helpful, because he suggests whenever anybody wants to ask how one knows, that's just a sign of resistance. To which I think we in good conscience could say, that's a bit of a cheat. That's not an intellectually legitimate response. Just because I'm questioning your theory doesn't mean that I'm completely controlled by a vested interest that makes me want to trash it. I want to question the theory because if it's true, I want to know about it. And I want to have to deal with the consequences, such as getting some better understanding of those perhaps troubling unconscious desires of mine, if the theory is true. But that doesn't mean that we can't put the theory up to a relatively impartial and relatively rigorous set of empirical standards. The movement that Freud and others spawned, together with people like Carl Jung, became a dominant force in the 20th century. By the middle of the 20th century, it was common for people to spend huge amounts of time and money getting psychoanalyzed, and often with perhaps not incredibly impressive results. And it was a little bit of a priesthood, so to speak, of people who controlled the psychoanalytic movement. Difficult to challenge it, difficult to ask questions about it. When someone challenged it, they'd be accused of one another kind of repression and resistance and so on. And there has been in the last quarter century a fairly radical departure away from the psychoanalytic movement, provoked in part by, for example, Adolf Grünbaum's 1984 book, The Philosophical Foundations, or rather the Foundations of Psychoanalysis. And people have come to challenge that theory and ask whether it's something that really is supported by the evidence that it claims to be. Freud also did not make friends with very many feminists, because feminists have found that Freud made a lot of claims that tended to belittle women and tended to focus on things like male genitalia. And so there are plenty of reasons for being skeptical of his theory along those lines. But I should also say that contemporary talk therapy, that, for example, cognitive behavioral therapy and various of its cousins, still has plenty of a large role to play. And recent work on trying to determine the efficacy of talk therapy has, in the last decade, provided increasingly, never dramatically, but increasingly better support for the value of talk therapy. So if we think of contemporary psychotherapy as being an heir, among other things, to the psychoanalytic movement, we'd want to say, I think, that that's something that benefits from its legacy as long as it moves away from some of the specific claims about, for example, the Oedipal complex or symbolism in dreams that can be detached from the rest of the idea that there are perhaps unconscious desires that activate our behavior. So talk therapy is something that allows us to see that the Freudian legacy should not allow us to just throw the baby out with the bathwater and reject everything about the Freudian approach, just be picky and decide which things are worth keeping. Tim Wilson suggests that, he writes, the psychoanalytic narrative is attractive because it explains so much. And that's a provocative claim, partly because when he talks about explaining, that suggests that, at least as we normally use the word explain, that suggests that psychoanalytic theory, in fact, accurately accounts for a wide range of behavior. But I don't think that's quite what Wilson means. I don't think that's quite what he'd want to say. Rather, what I think is a more plausible claim is that psychoanalytic theory purports to account for a wide range of phenomena. The question is whether it succeeds in doing so. So that's something that is a live question. But in spite of the fact that it seems to be a live question, there has been a fairly dramatic shift away from the psychoanalytic movement in the last quarter century. So, for example, Frederick Crews, in the New York Review of Books, in the course of reviewing a number of recent books about Freud and his legacy, writes the following: that psychoanalysis as a mode of treatment has been experiencing a long institutional decline is no longer in serious dispute. Nor is the reason. Though some patients claim to have acquired profound self-insight and even alterations of personality, in the aggregate, psychoanalysis has proved to be an indifferently successful and vastly inefficient method of removing neurotic symptoms. It's also the method that is least likely to be, quote, over when it's over, unquote. The experience of undergoing an intensive analysis may have genuine value as a form of extended meditation, but it seems to produce a good many more converts than cures. Indeed, among the dwindling number of practicing analysts, many have now backed away from any medical claims for a treatment that was once touted as the only lasting remedy for the entire spectrum of disorders this side of psychosis. Freud's doctrine has been faring no better in scientifically serious quarters as a cluster of propositions about the mind. Without significant experimental or epidemiological support for any of its notions, psychoanalysis has simply been left behind by mainstream psychological research. Again, that's Frederick Crews. Now, Frederick Crews is in the whole right, it seems to me, correct in his assessment of the current state of psychoanalytic theory. But I suspect there's still a danger of throwing out the baby with the bathwater in the following sense. Just because we have failed to find adequate empirical support for a theory about the nature of the unconscious mind, certainly does not mean that that theory, that set of claims, is not true. It seems to me a better response would just be to remain agnostic. Maybe it's the case that whenever there's a pistol or a dagger or a spear that occurs in somebody's dream, that's a symbol of that represents male genitalia. That may be true, but it's something that we need to just do further investigation of in order to determine whether it's true. The fact that Freud and his followers didn't succeed in establishing that it was doesn't show that it's false. It just leaves it as a still open question, firstly. And secondly, I think many of us would agree, at least in our own experience, that we often have dreams that are not just random collocations of experiences from the previous day or days, but rather, in some cases, dreams seem to be trying in some sense to be sending us a message. So I'm sure you've had an experience of a dream that seems to be an anxiety dream. Like if you're a student, you've probably had dreams in which you are finding yourself in an exam that you were completely unprepared for. Or you might have a dream the night before you're scheduled to give the speech in which there you are up in front of the audience and you've got no clothes on. Or if you're a new parent, then you might have a dream in which something terrible happens to your newborn child. Perhaps you lose control of the stroller as a vicious dog jumps in and kills the baby inside of it, something of the kind. Freud says that all those, what we refer to now as anxiety dreams, are examples of wish fulfillment. That is to say, presumably, that the reason why you have a dream as a new parent of your baby being killed by a fierce dog is that perhaps the baby is getting in the way of the sexual relationship that you had with your partner up until the baby was born. And if that's the case, it might be that you have some kind of wish to get rid of that baby so that you can go back to the way things were before. You might accept that, you might not. If you have a dream about the anxiety that you feel as a student, that somehow represents that anxiety, maybe Freud would be right to say that what you really would like to do is to break the bounds of civilized society, forget about this degree that you're working towards, and go run amok and get involved in as much violence as possible. Perhaps. But another possibility is that those dreams, those what we now refer to as anxiety dreams, are ways of preparing yourself, girding yourself for the various challenges that are ahead. Before giving your speech, make sure your pants are buttoned. When taking the baby outside, your unconscious mind perhaps is telling you, be careful with potentially dangerous animals that might be ready to attack it. When you are about to take a class, make sure you remember that you're enrolled in it so that by the time the exam rolls around, you'll be ready for it. These ways of girding ourselves for potentially challenging experiences is another explanation as to why these dreams have the shape that they do. These are empirical questions that it seems to me can be investigated by means of trials of various kinds. So what Fred Kruse says is to the following effect, that Freud and the psychoanalytic movement that he helped start is an interesting blip in the history of thought about the mind, and it dominated much of 20th century work and therapy, as well as much theorizing, but it's something that we should put behind us as a chapter that's pretty much closed. I believe that's a bit of an overreaction. It seems to me there are many of Freud's themes that are worth investigating today, partly because if they're right, if they're plausible, then they matter. They're things that we should know about. So the fact that he and his followers didn't succeed in establishing a great many of their empirical claims about the subconscious and preconscious mind doesn't quite show that those claims aren't true, but rather leaves them as an open question. What we'll move on to in our next class is precisely that general line of inquiry. That is to say, if we could take a contemporary look at the unconscious mind and try to investigate it in a rigorous empirical way, what would we find? I'll see you soon. Welcome back to Know Thyself, the Value and Limits of Self-Knowledge. This course is on the unconscious, and today we'll be talking about psychoanalysis after Sigmund Freud. First, a very brief overview about of the period of the 1920s to the 1940s. In the 1930s, in particular in 1938, after the Nazis had seized power in Germany and made their way into Austria, Freud, in order to avoid persecution because of his Jewish background, moved himself and his family to England in 1938 in particular in order to establish himself in a freer place. Numerous new strands started to grow from Freud's own work, developed by other people, other newcomers, as well as people who had long been familiar with his thinking. Among the prominent new thinkers were his daughter, Anna Freud, and Melanie Klein. Both of these thinkers emphasized the importance of child development and pioneered new techniques for clinical work with children. Further, both theorists and others continued to make heavy use of the notion of the unconscious, but started to move away from an exclusive focus on sexuality and aggression and more toward other needs, such as the need for attachment with others. So let me talk more about Anna Freud in particular. Her dates were 1895 to 1982. She developed her father's views along many dimensions, including an emphasis on clinical work with children. She articulated his notion of a defense mechanism. Although based in England and a major figure there, she ended up being one of the most influential sources of psychoanalysis in North America as well. In London, England, one can now find the Anna Freud National Center for Children and Families as a legacy of her life's work. Her 1936 book, The Ego and Mechanisms of Defense, developed her father, Sigmund Freud's notion of a defense mechanism in greater detail. A defense mechanism, on her understanding, was a coping strategy that our unconscious minds have for reconciling impulses with social pressures, or at least what we take to be social pressures. Often these impulses do or are conceived of as clashing with those pressures. The concept of a defense mechanism has wide currency in many areas of everyday life, and even now. If it's not quite part of common sense, it's close to having that status. Some well-known types and very important types of defense mechanism are repression, regression, projection, reaction formation, and sublimation. First, let me develop the notion of repression. This is a situation in which a feeling is forced from consciousness and thereby hidden in the unconscious because it is seen as unacceptable, as socially unacceptable in particular, or unacceptable to the person's own self-image, or both. A feeling of anger, for example, that you harbor toward a parent might be repressed for fear of the retribution or rejection that expressing that anger might cause. This might happen even if the fear of such rejection is unfounded, is baseless. Or someone with homosexual impulses might repress them and remain, quote-unquote, in the closet, even to himself, if the anxiety produced by acknowledging his sexual attraction to other men is too upsetting for him to take. Many people hold that repressing emotions can be harmful, and that, for example, repressed and unresolved anger can turn into anxiety or depression. But I should note that this is yet another empirical claim that needs further experimental validation. For the above reasons, it's often held that repression as a defense mechanism is a relatively unhealthy way of dealing with problematic emotions, if in fact it's true that repressed emotions such as anger can result in anxiety or depression, then that would seem to be a good reason to think that repression is not a particularly healthy way of coping with the incompatibility or perceived incompatibility between emotions and pressures that we take ourselves to be under. Another well-known form of defense mechanism is regression. This involves falling back into an earlier state of mental development that is felt to be safer somehow than the current state is. So if the current situation the person is in, typically a child, might be one that seems to require bringing a possibly upsetting feeling or set of feelings into the open, that child or that person might respond not by repressing or directly confronting them, but rather by pretending to be less mature than he or she in fact is. In this way, he may avoid responsibility for those feelings and possibly even convince himself that they don't exist. Also, by pretending to be less mature, one could over time actually make oneself less mature, for instance, by losing some of the skills, for example, social skills, that self-regulation at the higher level had previously been able to develop. Another type of defense mechanism is projection. This is a case in which a feeling that's construed as socially unacceptable, instead of our facing it or repressing it or regressing, what we do is we experience it as being in other people. Projection, as you can see, is a bit more subtle than the previous two cases of repression and regression. For instance, suppose that I'm feeling angry, but rather than acknowledging that anger, I find myself having the sense that other people around me are angry. Or I have a romantic interest in another person, and rather than acknowledge it, I surmise that they have a romantic interest in me. The surmising is something that I might consciously experience, but what pushes me into that position of taking that conscious position will be an unconscious impulse. Notice how this response to the emotion deflects responsibility for the feeling away from me. It puts it on somebody else, The other people around me are angry. The other person is romantically interested, not me. It takes responsibility off of my shoulders and puts it on those of somebody else. But at the same time, it does have the virtue, compared with the previous types of defense mechanism, of bringing it out into the open, something that we could confront even if I've misplaced it. Another type of defense mechanism, a bit more controversial, is known as reaction formation. In this case, we've got a person acting in a way that's in some sense opposite from how the unconscious would instruct them to act if it were only made conscious. And often they'll do so in a way that's exaggerated. So I've got an impulse, and that impulse is for now unconscious. I could bring it into conscious awareness, but I might feel on some level that would be too painful or upsetting or shocking. So what I do is I, so to speak, hit it down very hard, not by repressing it, but by adopting a position that is contrary to it. So, for example, a classic case is that of a man who has homosexual tendencies, but responds to those tendencies by being homophobic, or perhaps someone who sees herself as unclean in some way. Reacts by being obsessively clean, constantly washing her hands or cleaning her house or working space. In Shakespeare's Hamlet, a character says of a lady, "The lady doth protest too much, methinks." That description suggests that the lady in question is covering something up, perhaps in a case of reaction formation. Recall from our previous lecture that I talked about the example of Freud in discussing a case of what he called a parapraxis with a patient, had imagined that patient, after being confronted with it, saying, "You're getting me angry, this is irritating, it was just a slip of the tongue, basta." The famous basta passage in Freud's introductory lectures on psychoanalysis. When Freud talks about that, he uses the notion of resistance. Think of resistance as a short-term defense mechanism, whereas reaction formation is more of a long-term defense mechanism that has to do more with the creation of a personality trait, such as being homophobic. Another kind of reaction that we might have by way of a defense mechanism is known as sublimation. This is a situation in which one redirects their anxiety-producing feelings in a way that's potentially socially unacceptable. We get out our sexual impulses through various forms of, for example, dancing, work off our impulses toward aggression by playing or watching contact sports, or even being involved in video games. Historically, many theorists have claimed that watching violence on stage enables us to work off our violence tendencies through a process of catharsis. This is an idea that goes all the way back to the ancient Greeks. One could see that from among those listed, sublimation seems least likely to cause further psychological difficulties, at least on the proviso that these activities are in fact effective in getting some of the psychological steam out of ourselves. If in fact, watching or playing violent games makes us more prone to violence, then in fact sublimation, if that's what this is, would be problematic and perhaps harmful. Also, while it's widely believed that such activities as watching violence on stage or on screen is in fact cathartic, it helps us blow off steam, it's an empirical question whether this is so. Further, it does not appear that the empirical question has been answered conclusively one way or the other. In one of the Go Beyond exercises for this course, we'll look at some literature that tries to address some of those issues. Let's also note that many of these concepts are part of the lexicon of common sense, just as we mentioned in the last lecture, that it won't raise eyebrows nowadays in everyday conversation to describe someone's behavior as a Freudian slip, what he would have called a parapraxis. So too, repression is a well-established part of common sense, as are some other of these concepts that we just mentioned. Further, among the so-called intelligentsia, these other terms are common coin and often used by speakers who take for granted that they have not just descriptive, but also explanatory power. Let me explain that. To return to the earlier example of homophobia, suppose that we come across an example of a person, George, who loudly proclaims that homosexuality is a mental disease in need of treatment, rather than just something that happens to people and in no way pathological. The intellectual in the room that we just mentioned, for example, might give a knowing wink and says, aha, George is a nice example of reaction formation. This intellectual is in this way implying that George has unacknowledged homosexual urges, and furthermore, that his current stance towards gay people is explained by the fact that he unconsciously wants to keep them as hidden from view, especially from himself, as he possibly can. Is there any evidence for this hypothesis of reaction formation? There has been some experimental work trying to test for the existence of reaction formation. Researchers recruited men some of whom scored high on a test of homophobia. They were asked to fill out a questionnaire with their views about people who have different sexual preferences from their own, and some of them expressed disdain for people with for example, homosexual preferences. These subjects were then equipped with a plethysmograph, which is a device that involves a ring that's set up around the penis and is very sensitive for increase in size of the organ. These men then watched pornographic films, some depicting heterosexual, some depicting homosexual acts, all involving actors that were consenting adults. And then the reaction on the part of the viewers, as measured by the plethysmograph, was then taken into account. It turned out that the homophobic men showed considerably higher arousal to the homosexual films than did the rest of the test subjects. That suggests, doesn't prove, but suggests that in fact homophobia is associated with homosexual desires. The question is whether there's a causal link, and these researchers did not claim to be able to answer that question. Another kind of meditative moment I'd like you to engage in with me is what I'm going to call bamboo breathing. And bamboo breathing is just a simple breathing technique that helps you calm yourself, focus your mind, think about something, nothing, again, transcendental or heavily spiritual or mystical, just getting you to monotask by focusing for a moment on your breathing. So this is called bamboo breathing because it's supposed to bring to mind the stalk of a bamboo tree in which you can imagine a stalk that has segments. Those segments should correspond to the way you breathe out, the way you exhale after taking a deep breath. So take a not hugely, but reasonably deep breath, and you'll breathe out segmentally. Maybe 4 out breaths before you want to fill up your lungs again. If we do that, say, 10 times, we'll find ourselves wanting to, I think, calm down, focus, relax, and let the mental waters become more serene. So let's take a deep breath. Bamboo, breathe out. Let's keep on doing that. Thank you. So what we've seen so far is that defense mechanisms are part of common sense. Some of them have been given a certain amount of empirical validation, and they purport not just to describe our unconscious mental life, but to explain why we do the things that we do in certain cases. Not always and in every case, but in those cases in which our actions might be perhaps striking, surprising, odd, not something that you would have expected a person to do. Some of these unconscious explanations are offering to do some of the work. A similar approach is offered by Melanie Klein, another one of the great theorists of psychoanalysis from the mid-20th century. Her dates were 1882 to 1960. Like Anna Freud, she was born in Vienna from Jewish heritage. She broke away from an unhappy marriage, made her way into the new field of psychoanalysis without even so much as a bachelor's degree. She came to London in 1926 at the invitation of the distinguished psychoanalyst Ernest Jones. And for decades, she was one of the main of the three groups within British psychoanalysis that were best known. She was the leader of what you might guess came to be known as the Kleinians. Klein was an innovator in working with children, particularly in watching them interact with toys. One of her most important insights was that these interactions can be seen as windows into the child's unconscious mind, particularly when children allow toys to adopt roles which may be hypothesized to stand in for the roles of the people in their lives, for example, the caregivers. For example, the child is playing with this doll and puts on that doll the role of a demanding mother. Maybe has another doll, and that doll ends up taking on the role of a submissive father. That's something that a clinician playing with a child or observing the child play can use as a bit of evidence, as kind of a clue for what's going on in the child's unconscious mind, whereas the child would not be unable to verbally articulate that information. Nevertheless, the child can manifest it, express it, by means of the way in which the child plays with those toys. So this was a major insight on Klein's part and has influenced child psychology ever since. Klein also talked about the phenomenon of splitting. She hypothesized that children have trouble reconciling opposite tendencies within others. As a result, they tend also to ascribe incompatible characteristics to different people or to one person at different times or in different ways, different parts of the body, different times of day, etc. For very young children, Klein even talks about them as hypothesizing or having a concept of a good breast or a bad breast if they're still breastfeeding, for example. One's good, one's bad. That's a form of splitting. Normal emotional maturation eventually yields the realization that these incompatible tendencies can be something that a single person can have within them. But Klein points out that this realization, which he calls the depressive position, is difficult, hard to achieve. She writes, it entails a steady, though painful approximation towards the reality of oneself and others. So the hard-won realization that people are complicated, have differing parts, it's not always the case that those parts are easily compatible with one another, is just a fact of life. And growing up involves coming to realize and accept that fact. Another important concept that we get from Klein is that of introjection. Introjection is that process by which we non-rationally incorporate aspects of the external environment, primarily but not exclusively the traits of others, into our own personality. By non-rationally incorporate, I mean to contrast that with the process by which we consider ideas or traits carefully and decide whether or not to accept them as our own. So, for example, being persuaded to adopt a political position, for instance, and then making that political position my own on the basis of arguments in its favor written by a philosopher or a speaker that I hear, that would not count as a case of introjection. Likewise, if I come across someone who I feel is very generous or very empathetic or very accepting, I might say, those are traits I'd like to emulate as well. I think I'm going to try to develop and cultivate those traits in myself. Those would not be cases of introjection either. Introjection requires something getting inside of me, so to speak, that doesn't go through a rational scrutiny kind of process. So, for instance, if I adopt a parent's authoritarian personality, or some feature of that personality, that would be a case of introjection if it's not done in light of a conscious consideration of the merits for doing so. Many of us would say that we have non-rationally accepted many of our, for example, parents' characteristics without realizing it until much later in life. That would be a case of introjection. You might look in yourself and ask, how many of my parents' characteristics have I carried forward into my own personality without necessarily having scrutinized them, without necessarily having thought about whether those are characteristics that I've consciously considered before taking on board? I'll bet many of us would find there are lots of such cases. Why would somebody introject? According to psychoanalytic theory, people will introject in order to forge a tie with the person whose characteristics are being incorporated. For example, a child who has an unpredictable, fraught, unstable relationship with the caregiver might introject some of that person's, some of the caregiver's characteristics in the hope, where the hope is unconscious, in the hope of forging a stronger, more solid, more reliable tie with them. They carry them forward into their lives, into the future, even after that caregiver is gone, as a way of keeping them, in some sense, still there, still with them. We sometimes also introject traits of those who have left us, either through death or abandonment. Even if we didn't introject before they left us, either by one of those means, we might, after the fact, start taking on some of their personality characteristics as a way of keeping them there by our side in some sense. Remember, though, that this in the hope of forging a tie will still not be part of a conscious deliberation. It's something that nevertheless we just find ourselves with an impulse to do. We can also see that some cases of introjection can result in negative personality traits being taken up on board. I already mentioned the introjection of characteristics of an authoritarian or abusive caregiver. If a child introjects those characteristics, then that could end up causing severe problems for the child as they grow up. As a result of this, some kinds of psychoanalysis will aim to undermine or undo those incorporated traits. Can we find the introjected material that you have from the not necessarily healthy parent and think of ways to get it out of your system, ask you to try to move beyond those characteristics of your personality that might indeed be causing you trouble? So with the concept of introjection, I can build on to the next concept, that is that of projective identification. Sorry for all the jargon. Melanie Klein also introduces the concept of projective identification, through which a person imbues another person with qualities she finds in herself or in someone else that she wants to replicate. The object of the projective identification might not merely be construed in a certain way, but can actually start conforming her own behavior to that of the projector, the person doing the projection. So we've got a projector, person doing some projection on one side, and we've got an identifier on the other, the person onto whom the traits are projected, and that the recipient starts identifying and in fact introjecting some of that material. If you see your boyfriend as a father figure, for example, your boyfriend might unconsciously start to oblige you by taking on the attributes that you want him to have, that is, by introjecting those attributes. That is, projective identification builds on introjection, but also goes beyond it, because it's a tango now, not just a solo kind of activity. People nowadays use terms like codependent and enabling to refer, among other things, to those cases in which one person gets pulled into another's psychological orbit or economy. And that would include helping them to resolve conflicts from earlier in life. So if I've taken on, perhaps willfully, albeit unconsciously, if I've taken on characteristics of one of your caregivers from when you were growing up, you might now make use of that new introjected material in me in order to work through some of the unresolved conflicts that you had with your caregivers as a child. Here's an example, a relatively famous one: gaslighting. A special case of projective identification that has gained some attention recently, for example, among feminist philosophers, is gaslighting, named after the movie Gaslight from 1944, directed by George Cukor. The phenomenon goes beyond some of the particulars of the movie, but crucially involves one person projecting feelings of incompetence or incomprehension onto another, and that other person buying in or introjecting on some level so that she or he accepts those attributes and starts exemplifying them as well. Gaslighting is discussed by feminist philosophers because they're interested in the possibility that, for example, women, albeit unconsciously, end up introjecting some of the messages about incompetence, incomprehension, lack of intelligence, etc., that men attempt to project onto them. So the standard model would be something like a man feels incompetent and instead of acknowledging it, puts it onto a woman, a coworker, for example, a partner, a friend, etc. And then, if only unconsciously, the woman accepts that identity, introjects that identity, and thereby ends up getting an inferior status to the men. A more general question about how these mechanisms make us affect our behavior is as follows. If they are all unconscious, then it's not clear how they're going to, so to speak, bubble up into behavior in such a way as to make us do something. Back when we talked about parapraxis, we noticed that sometimes an unconscious urge might bubble up in such a way as to actually, so to speak, grab our tongue and make us say something we didn't intend to say, or grab our hand and make us knock something over and break something valuable. Those bubble up into some conscious level in order to make us behave. How would, for example, a repressed desire cause us to behave in a certain way? I want to make a hypothesis now that goes a bit beyond what the mid-century psychoanalytic movement suggested, and suggests that in many cases, these unconscious phenomena are only partly unconscious, but that they, if we want to work with the idea of being submerged partly under the water in the way that an iceberg is, these individual unconscious phenomena have themselves parts that are above the surface of the water. Which parts are they? I want to suggest that they're parts that have to do with the qualitative nature of experience. That is to say, they have to do with how things seem to us experientially. And in particular, they manifest themselves, these unconscious phenomena, manifest small residues of themselves in consciousness by making things in our environment, either actual physical environment or our imaginary environment, what we hypothesize, what we imagine, or even what we remember from the past. They make things in our environment salient, marked in some way. So just as if you're in a room and various things have different smells, some attractive, some less so, you'll be affected by the olfactory imprint those things make on you in ways that don't necessarily have to make their way through verbal cognition. You don't have to think thoughts, form beliefs. They can nevertheless affect you. This one's a little bit unpleasant, you move away. This one's very nice, you're attracted towards it. So too, unconscious phenomena can have experiential residues in such a way as to make us be attracted to one thing. For example, this guy that I'm considering dating has some characteristics of my mother or father, and that's why I want to continue to spend time with him, for example. But those characteristics are not ones that I consciously register. They nevertheless kind of draw me towards someone in a kind of magnetic but unspoken way. So my suggestion is that these unconscious phenomena move us to act in many ways because they have residues that bubble up into the conscious sphere, in particular in the form of the experiential side of our minds, the qualitative way things seem. Something just feels right about being with this person. That person, their memory just makes me kind of shudder or recoil. Those are manifestations, I want to suggest, not always, but in many cases, of unconscious phenomena. Relax and let the mental waters become more serene. So let's take a deep breath. Bamboo, breathe out. Let's keep on doing that. Thank you. I want to go back to the topic of defense mechanisms and ask whether they're necessarily bad or wrong. Are they the best way of coping with the situation that confronts us? I think we could probably see an argument for why it is that repression is not necessarily an ideal way of coping with an emotion that we find uncomfortable. Probably, if we try to keep it down in the unconscious for too long, it's going to spill out in one form or another in a way that we might not like, in a way that might be embarrassing or otherwise problematic. So it's perhaps better to get it out into the open. But what about some other types of defense mechanisms? One is, as you've probably heard the phrase, passive aggression. In passive aggression, we've got a case in which, for example, suppose you're angry at someone, but instead of confronting them and the issue that they've raised directly with them, you do something or a series of things that are moderately but not hugely annoying, such as take a very long time to respond to emails or texts or phone messages, leave messes in common work or study areas, communicate in ways that are cryptic or misleading, such as fine, whatever. If I respond to your suggestion by saying fine, whatever, am I accepting what you say without any qualms? Am I throwing a little bit of salt or shade on the suggestion in order to be a little bit unpleasant? If the latter, then that suggests a minor form of aggression, not a direct, in-your-face form of aggression. This is a defense mechanism. I feel uncomfortable, I feel unhappy or irritated about something, and I'm going to, so to speak, let you know about it by not hitting you over the head with a hammer, but rather by something more like taking my fingernails and scraping down your back to cause you unpleasantness, but not absolutely terrible pain. That form of passive aggression is very common. We might ask ourselves, when we're doing that, and often we don't know we're doing it until afterwards, but then you can learn how you behave when you're being passive-aggressive and watch out for future signs. When we're being passive-aggressive, is that always the best way to respond to the situation we find ourselves in? Sometimes it might be the best way. Sometimes there might not be a better alternative. But I'm suggesting we do well to ask ourselves whether that's the most effective or the most productive way to go. Here's another example. Ghosting. You've probably heard the term. This is another defense mechanism in which one partner in a relationship abruptly breaks off all contact with the other, usually with no explanation given. So again, the seeker of self-knowledge might ask herself, I have an impulse to never see this person again, to cut off all contact with that person, but is that impulse the best thing to act on, or is it something that if I were to stand back from the situation, if I were to think about how I'll feel about this a year from now, for example, will I regret having done something so abrupt and extreme as ghosting what at least at one time was a close friend of mine? Here's another defense mechanism. At least I want to hypothesize that it's a defense mechanism, although it might be a bit of a surprise. I want to suggest that some types of humor serve as defense mechanisms. In particular, I want to suggest some types of humor, not all, but some types of humor can be seen as a form of sublimation. I redirect emotions into an area that is socially more or less acceptable, as long as the humor is not entirely inappropriate. So when we joke, I want to suggest it's often a way of working out a discomfort with some aspects of a situation. Consider, for example, irony. A situation might make me feel angry, or frustrated or disappointed. I might express that emotion directly. That sometimes is perfectly okay. However, another approach is to highlight the situation's absurdity and to show that we have some measure of mastery over it. So once, many years ago, I was held up at gunpoint. In retrospect, after the situation was over and my nerves calmed down a little bit, I wasn't bothered so much about having lost my wallet because I was a graduate student and didn't have much money in it. I didn't have much money to speak of at all, so it wasn't that big a deal to lose my wallet. But what bothered me was the fact that I didn't have anything funny to say in the situation. I wish I had come up with a relatively clever quip at the time while facing down the barrel of a gun, because then I would have felt like I was defending my pride, at least, against the onslaught that was coming from being held up. You might ask yourself whether there are situations in which being ironic or in some other way humorous is a way of coping with a difficult situation, letting off some steam, allowing us to get a little bit of control of the situation, making ourselves feel a little bit better, and thereby defending ourselves against the problem at hand. Another question that we might think about, aside from moving away from the idea of defense mechanisms, is the following. I suggested that in order for unconscious material to have an impact on our behavior through such things as defense mechanisms, it seems like it needs to have some kind of experiential and therefore conscious residue, something that gets above the surface of the water, separating the conscious from the unconscious mind. So that while in projection, we put emotions that we have in ourselves onto others, and here's another concept now, in transference, we put emotions we have toward one person onto another. projection and transference are easily confused. Again, in projection, what I've got is an emotion inside of me, and I put it on you, anger, attraction, whatever. In transference, I've got an emotion directed toward another person, and since that person might no longer be around, they might have passed away, they might have left in some other form, I'm now going to put it on another person. Most typically, this happens in the context of psychotherapy. So in psychotherapy, the therapist is finding that the patient has transferred their feelings, often about their parents or primary caregivers, onto them, that is the therapist. As such, the therapist noticed that the patient starts treating him as a mother figure or a father figure or some other figure from an earlier time in their life. But this in turn gives the therapist a chance to help the patient bring some of that unconscious material into conscious awareness. After settling into a relationship in which the patient starts treating the therapist as a mother figure, for example, the therapist is then able to say, I see that you're treating me in a certain way, even though I don't have those characteristics in a noticeable way. Can you begin to think about what motivates you to do that, what the urge, what the impulse is to make you treat me that way? And there's at least a hope that the patient will, as a result of that line of questioning, begin to realize that there are emotions that she has towards her mother that she's now put onto the therapist, and she can begin to be aware of those emotions. So the psychoanalytic movement continued to offer explanations of new phenomena even after Freud had passed away in 1939. And it used new ideas, for example, how to understand the unconscious mechanisms inside of a child. It used new ideas that were important in bringing the movement forward into the middle and latter part of the 20th century. We also noticed that some of its claims have found modest, although not overwhelming empirical, that is experimental support. Most of those claims, many of those claims at least, have to do with concepts that have now made their way into common sense. As we think about our own behavior, we do well to think of such things as projection, defense mechanisms, not as inherently dysfunctional and to be avoided at all costs, but rather we do well to ask ourselves, are these the best options among those that are available, or are there other things that we could do instead of, for example, ghosting someone who used to be a close friend? Asking and making progress with these questions is, I want to suggest, part of living an examined life. For our contemporary terms, not necessarily something that the ancients in Athens, for example, would have acknowledged as being part of the examined life. But it seems to me we can make a good case that it's one that we all would want to be able to cultivate and develop in ourselves. In particular, this involves not just knowing that something is true of ourselves, but knowing how to respond to challenges that we face in a way that's helpful. This is knowledge how, not knowledge that, ability knowledge, not propositional knowledge. And once we have the concepts of, for example, various defense mechanisms, we can then have a chance at least of spotting in our own behavior and the behaviors of those that we care about, those cases in which someone seems to be exemplifying a defense mechanism, and then we can stand back and ask, is that the best thing that I can do in response to the situation that arises? In many cases, the answer might be yes. But in some cases, we might ask whether there's another option that might be more helpful, more likely to preserve a friendship or a marriage, a loving relationship with a parent or a child. Those things are things that we generally try to cherish, we would like to value, we would like to keep going for a very long time. Defense mechanisms sometimes get in the way. And self-knowledge, in particular self-knowledge how, gives us the beginnings of a set of tools to help us to keep it from doing so. Today I want to talk about the so-called adaptive unconscious. Our main text will be a book by Tim Wilson. We'll be looking at some chapters of Wilson's book entitled Strangers to Ourselves. A big theme of this book is to use contemporary research in experimental social psychology primarily, and use these contemporary methods to determine if there is an unconscious, and if so, what it contains. Wilson is going to be starting with the idea that Freud and his legacy left us with an open question about whether there is an unconscious part of our mind, and if so, what it's like. Remember that we concluded our last class with that open question to the effect that Freud's claims and the claims of others who followed him about the nature of the unconscious mind were interesting, provocative, exciting, fascinating, etc., but not adequately borne out by experimental inquiry. And so now the question is, if we put those claims under the experimental microscope, what do we find out? One take-home that we'll be getting from our discussion of Wilson's work and the work of other psychologists who've been engaged of late in research on the unconscious is that introspection as it's traditionally conceived in, for example, a tradition going back to Descartes, introspection as it's traditionally conceived is probably overrated. And if we're going to learn about ourselves, we'll probably have to take something more like a third personal as opposed to a first personal approach to understanding what's within. In order to do so, I want first to widen our definition of the self. So far, we've talked about the self as comprising cognitive states, affective states, and experiential states, where cognitive states have to do with beliefs, memories, predictions, expectations, probability judgments, and the like. Affective states have to do with emotions and moods. And experiential states have to do with how things feel, both as they come from an emotional state, like, for example, the burning sensation when you're feeling extreme anger, or the smell of a lemon or the taste of a lemon when you bite into one. Those are all experiential states. And now we can add, as part of the self, not so much part of the mind as it's commonly conceived, but still part of the self, are character traits. And as you recall, Gilbert Ryle was strong on that aspect of the self, that is, character traits such as being short-tempered, irascible, that is, someone who's a good bird spotter or an aggressive chess player, someone who's got a good head for numbers. Those are all aspects of one's character that might have implications for what happens in your mind, but they're not the same thing. So if we're going to introspect, we can probably find such things as cognitive states, affective states, and experiential states. But introspection is not in the business, generally speaking, of revealing character traits. And nevertheless, those things are important to understanding who we are. They're nevertheless an important part of the self. These are all things that we want to know about. That is, not just what's in our minds, but also what makes our character. So Wilson refers to the notion of the unconscious that he wants to study as the adaptive unconscious. And it's going to be adaptive because he wants to suggest that it's something that can be understood from the point of the theory of evolution through natural selection. We'll be getting back to that in a moment. Starting out with a discussion, though, Wilson asks us to imagine that each of us has access to what he calls an inner self detector. Imagine you could get yourself a little device that we'd call the inner self detector. You put it up to your cranium, for example, and ask it to determine what's going on in your inner self. You might ask a question such as, what would you ask it? Maybe, for instance, what kinds of things will really make me happy in life? Do I really love that person enough to decide to spend the rest of my life with her or him? Am I good at this, or should I give up trying to be better at it than I am? Am I a good person or not? If not, should I just let go of my aspirations to be a good person and continue on? The inner self-detector is the kind of thing that we might mythologize as something which, if we could only get, it'd be very nice. But Wilson suggests that perhaps it's mythological to suppose that we could ever get such a thing. It's a nice thing to dream about, but perhaps there's nothing about our inner selves that we could know in this prosthetically aided introspective way, or if there is, what we would actually find out, and how much of what we'd find out would differ from what we think is in ourselves, that is, what we take ourselves to be like. Many of us might walk around with an inaccurate picture of what our true selves are, if there is such a thing as a true self, and if so, we should probably be aware of the inaccuracy, the extent of the inaccuracy, and think about ways to make our self-image align a bit closer, at least, to how things really are with us. In aid of doing that, it's helpful, I think, to distinguish between two kinds of unconscious state. We discussed this in our treatment of Freud. I want to go back to it to make sure we're clear. Two kinds of unconscious state divide into the preconscious and the subconscious, where preconscious states are states of mind. They're still mental states, that is cognitive, affective, or experiential, that are not conscious, but that can be brought up to conscious awareness if we try. Names of teachers from elementary school, memories from your past would be cases. Whereas subconscious states are going to be states of mind that are unconscious, but that cannot be brought into conscious awareness by virtue of introspection or anything else. That is, they're fixed there. They're by definition below the line of conscious awareness. Are there any such things? That's an interesting and open empirical question that Wilson is going to try to answer. In the course of doing so, he suggests that our conscious minds, according to the research that he's going to be telling us about, should be understood as not so much an iceberg, the tip of the iceberg, rather, a small part of which only protrudes above the surface of the water, the great majority of which is actually under the surface. His metaphor that he wants to replace that with is instead a snowball on the tip of the iceberg. His suggestion is that the conscious awareness, the conscious mind, is just like that snowball, a little tiny bit of our mentality, the vast majority of which is instead unconscious. That's a very striking, very dramatic claim. Is it true? And more precisely, is it justified by the evidence that Wilson offers us? Now, in the course of responding to the tradition that he wants to build from, he remarks that, I quote, "An important part of the Freudian legacy was rejection of the scientific method." And he wants to say, I think that there are a lot of things in the Freudian legacy that are interesting, but I don't think that that legacy followed the scientific method, and we're going to try to do better this time. I want myself to suggest that that's not quite accurate. As we saw in our last class, the Freudian methodology does pay respect to what we called inference to the best explanation. That is, when you've got a hypothesis, accept it if it's the best explanation that you can find of the data that are available, so long as it's coherent with other things we know, so long as it's reasonably plausible, so long as there aren't other theories that are better. That's a perfectly good example of the application of scientific method. To the extent that the Freudian legacy uses that, it's not problematic. It's not a rejection of scientific method. To the extent that it goes beyond that by such maneuvers as, if you challenge the psychoanalytic tradition, then you're going to be accused of repression or resistance, for example, then I would say that probably is a rejection of the scientific method. So I think that what Wilson has to say is only half true. Partly, the Freudian legacy does involve the scientific method, but doesn't do so consistently. By way of warming up to this notion of the adaptive unconscious, Wilson asks us to think about proprioception. Right now, as you watch this lecture, you are sitting or standing, maybe you're walking, maybe I don't know if it's possible to run, but your body's in some position or other, and you're probably aware of the position that your body is in. If you can, without putting yourself or others in danger, close your eyes, you can detect probably very easily what the positions are of your limbs. Are your knees bent? Are your hands clenched, closed, or are they open? Are you sitting or are you lying down? These are all forms of proprioception, which psychologists think of as a kind of sixth sense, a sensory way of knowing what's happening with our bodies. And Wilson wants to suggest that, generally speaking, we monitor our bodies proprioceptively constantly, at least while we're awake, and we do so outside of the spotlight of conscious awareness. We generally don't have to pay conscious attention to the fact that, for example, our legs are bent when we're about to get up out of a chair. Whereas there might be people, and there have been people, who have lost that proprioceptive ability and whose lives become vastly more difficult as a result. In the famous book, Pride and a Daily Marathon, we hear the story of Ian Waterman, who at, I think, age 19, if I'm recalling correctly, lost his proprioceptive ability due to a neurological disorder, and so was unable to, without looking at himself, know what was happening with his body. You can get, I think, a little inkling of what that would be like if you've ever had an arm or leg fall asleep while you were lying down, for example. You might find, okay, my arm is falling asleep while I literally fell asleep with my head on my arm, and now here it is, this kind of limp thing, and I can't feel it from within until at least the blood comes back in, the nerves start loosening up again. I'm not sure exactly what happens physiologically there, but it feels like I have this limb, but I don't know what's happening with it unless I look at it. Imagine that happens to your entire body. That, as I understand it, what it would be like to lose proprioception. Waterman has to go through a daily marathon, so to speak, in order to just go through a day in his life. In order to get dressed, he's got to watch carefully everything that happens with with his feet and his legs and his arms to know precisely how to put on his pants and to put his shirt on. He's got to be watching himself constantly. And we're told that one day when there was a power outage, the lights went out. I guess it was nighttime. The lights went out. He was plunged into darkness, and he fell into a pile in the process because he couldn't watch himself anymore. This is an example that dramatically reveals how much, according to Wilson, unconscious processing is going on at any given moment for such banal daily activities as proprioception. So one core idea about the notion of the adaptive unconscious for Wilson is that it's a way in which we, so to speak, outsource intelligence. Just as a corporation might outsource some of the work, pays somebody else to do work that it doesn't have time to do, that would take up too much of its resources to do on its own, so too the human mind outsources a great deal of its work to the unconscious mind. For example, proprioception does the work of keeping track of what our limbs are doing relative to each other, relative to the world outside of us, so we don't have to pay conscious attention to that process. And if we're forced to, in the way that Ian Waterman was forced to do, it's a huge, overwhelming task. And you can imagine how inefficient our lives would be if we had to do that all the time. And that's just for proprioception. Put that alongside, as we'll see in a moment, the various other things that are imputed to the unconscious mind, and you'll be grateful that you've got it, according to Wilson. Other aspects of the unconscious, the adaptive unconscious, include the following: that it's relatively modular. You've got different components, so to speak, different modules that carry on in relative independence of one another. So I've talked about proprioception. Likewise, there's perception, perceptual experience that allows us to determine how far something away is or how fast it's moving towards you. Very important for negotiating your environment, and that's something that you generally are able to do without paying conscious attention to the process. Likewise, in our reaction, this is a huge part of our social competence, responding to faces. Both when you see a face, whether it's one you're familiar with, and whether or not it is, what's going on in that face. Is that a face that's manifesting happiness or anger, threat, invitingness, openness, etc.? Those are different emotional expressions in faces that most, not all, but most of us are able to determine with no effort at all, presumably because of a very fast, very effective, effortless, unconscious process. Another example would be language. Let me just focus on that a little bit, partly because that's or at least one of my areas of research, and so I think about it a great deal. Think about language. Suppose, for example, that you ask somebody to go to a movie with you, and they reply, I have to study tonight. That generally will be an answer that is by way of saying, no, I can't go to the movie with you because I'm going to be studying. But notice that your friend who answered the question didn't actually explicitly utter the words, I can't go because I've got to study. They just said, I've got to study. There has to be a leap on your part that goes from the information that they've got to study to the conclusion that they therefore won't be able to go to the movie with you. That's a leap that you do effortlessly and at this split second sort of time frame, but nevertheless involves something that is a cognitive achievement on your part. Not all of us can do it. Some people who are early language learners often have trouble doing so, for example. Nevertheless, it's part of Wilson would say, unconscious processing mechanism. That's what's known as the pragmatics of language, that aspect of language that involves our meaning things that go beyond what we literally say. Another example is the semantics of language that has to do with the literal meaning of the words. So if you pass by a billboard, the billboard might say something like, Joe's Hamburgers are the tastiest burgers in town. And you, without any effort, so long as it's in a language that you're competent in, without any effort, you can't help but understand what that sentence says. It's not as if you have to engage in any effort or any conscious processing to determine what's being said there. However, compare that with a case in which you are just learning a new language and you're in a country in which that's the language that's spoken. You might have to go through some conscious effort in which you say, that's the verb. Oh, there's the noun over there, one of them. They relate to each other in some way, and then you consciously construct the meaning of the sentence on that basis. So now that semantic processing for the new language is effortful, painstaking, exhausting, whereas semantic processing for the language that you're already competent in is lickety-split, effortless, feels like it happens instantaneously, and so on. And then there's a middle case, what I call the pragmatics of language, in which you have to engage in some effort, but it's generally speaking largely effortless and generally speaking something that you don't pay any attention to. So now those are all examples, except for the one in which two of those are examples, not including the one in which you're learning a new language, but for your home language, as well as for the pragmatics case, in which you are unconsciously processing what people say. So now Wilson wants to suggest that proprioception, facial recognition, perception of the external world, language processing are examples of unconscious processes that enable us to get through our daily lives with relative efficiency. And if you had to put all those processes into conscious awareness, it would be massively inefficient because you'd have to think through consciously, deliberately, painstakingly what the information that you're given, and you'd hardly get anything done. So just as a corporation behaves much more efficiently if it outsources some of its work, so too, I can process things more efficiently by outsourcing various acts of or processes that require intelligence, and that makes my life much more livable, so to speak. So if we're going to get a better picture of the adaptive unconscious, it's going to include further features such as the following. As we said, the adaptive unconscious is supposed to comprise a number of different modules, different relatively separate components, so that, for example, if I have an accident that causes me to have trouble with facial recognition, then that won't necessarily make difficulty for my ability to understand language, and vice versa. These are modular in that sense. Likewise, the adaptive unconscious includes what's known as an online pattern detector. And by that I mean we generally automatically and effortlessly respond to patterns, not always to our benefit, but nevertheless, it's at least might have evolutionary value. And the idea that comes, for example, from Joseph Ledoux, a neuroscientist, talks about examples such as, imagine you're hiking in the mountains and you see out of peripheral vision something that's kind of brown and curvy off to the side. Now, you might jump away from that. You might even run before you give it a careful look. Peripheral vision might have produced, by virtue of its pattern detection activities, something that sends a signal that there's a snake. And that might have caused a fear reaction on your part. It might only be later on when you take a closer look at it after screwing up your courage that you, after taking a closer look, say, oh, that's just a stick that looks like a snake from peripheral vision. Now that I look at it more carefully, it's not. But you had an automatic pattern detecting kind of reaction that engaged the emotion of fear as a result of this work of the adaptive unconscious. Again, the adaptive unconscious is concerned primarily with the here and now. It's not very good at planning far into the future. It tends to be more impulsive. It tends to help us negotiate immediate situations, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. As I've said, it's automatic, and let me spell that out a little bit more. The adaptive unconscious is automatic in the sense that it's not something you have to will or choose or do deliberately or by means of exertion of effort. In that sense, according to the definition of behavior that we gave when we were talking about Gilbert Ryle, it would not count as an example of behavior. Nevertheless, it's something that happens to me. It's not so different from, for example, processing that occurs for metabolism, for example. The automatic processing system is relatively rigid, in the sense that it's difficult to change at will by means of direct intervention. But as I've mentioned, it can be changed over time with some effort. Nevertheless, it tends to make us respond automatically. Just think of when something is falling towards you and you react, perhaps hitting somebody in the cheek in the process, even though all that was falling on you was a leaf, it wasn't a brick. The adaptive unconscious tends to be precocious in the sense that it develops fairly early in life, unlike more higher cognitive processing, which tends to develop fully for many adults not until they're into the early 20s. Whereas the adaptive unconscious tends to be developed pretty well by age somewhere between 5 and 10. And the adaptive unconscious tends to be more sensitive to negativity by way of a kind of relatively paranoid, protecting myself kind of default response to the world. And then finally, let's think about what it means to say that the adaptive unconscious is adaptive. And the idea is that, the one that Wilson wants to propose is that this aspect of our unconscious minds is the result of our being products of evolution through natural selection. As products of evolution through natural selection, the idea is early humans or hominins might have gained an advantage by virtue of outsourcing some intellectual processes, some mental processing outside of consciousness. Perhaps unconscious processing was the original form in which thought occurred in, for example, earlier primates that inhabited the earth before we did. Nevertheless, the idea is that as a hunter, for example, our ancestors would have, as hunters, our ancestors would have had a great advantage being able to, for example, process without having to pay conscious attention to things in their environment that they were able to filter out while they were focusing on prey, for instance. As social beings, it behooved was our ancestors to be able to have immediate, automatic, effortless recognition of the emotional expression on one another's faces, for example. So it is that having an adaptive unconscious that did various things automatically without conscious intervention made our lives more successful and gave us a survival advantage, perhaps in comparison to other species with whom we competed, because it allowed us to apply conscious attention only to those things that were more difficult, that were novel aspects in the environment, that required that effortful, painstaking thought known as conscious decision-making, conscious reasoning, etc. The rest we could outsource and make our way through the world much more efficiently. Wilson wants to suggest, as we've mentioned before, that unconscious processing is a huge part of our cognitive lives and mental lives, broadly speaking. And he argues for this in the following passage. I'm quoting. Consider that at any given moment, our five senses are taking in more than 11 million pieces of information. Scientists have determined this number by counting the receptor cells each sense organ has and the nerves that go from each cell to the brain. Scientists have also tried to determine how many of these signals can be processed consciously at any given point in time by looking at such things as how quickly people can read, consciously detect different flashes of light, and tell apart different kinds of smells. The most liberal estimate is that people can process consciously 40 different pieces of information per second. Think about it. We take in 11 million pieces of information per second and can only process 40 of them consciously. What happens to the other 10,999,960? It would be terribly wasteful to design a system with such incredible sensory acuity, but very little capacity to use the incoming information. Fortunately, we do make use of a great deal of this information outside of conscious awareness. End of quotation. The suggestion being as follows, that for Wilson, that remaining 11 million minus 40 is all processing that occurs at the unconscious level. And therefore, this is supposed to justify the metaphor of the snowball on top of the iceberg, where the snowball corresponds to conscious awareness, and the rest of the iceberg, including the part of the iceberg that's above water, is all part of the unconscious, and particularly the adaptive unconscious. Now, that's an interesting claim, but it isn't justified by the argument that he gives here, and here's why. I believe that Wilson is equivocating with the word information. It's perfectly acceptable to use the word information to apply to a bit of signaling that happens from one cell to another. There's not the slightest reason to think that a single receptor activation, for example, in my retina, corresponds to a mental state such as a belief or an emotion or even an experiential state. It's only if we thought that experiences were happening or emotional phenomena occurred or cognitive phenomena occurred corresponding 1-1 with each one of those 11 million or 11 million minus 40 events that we'd be able to say that all the remaining, everything but the 40, are mental phenomena that are occurring at the subconscious or unconscious, or at least unconscious level. Because remember, to be unconscious, you still have to be mental. The growth of my toenails, my metabolizing food, respiration, thermoregulation, are all cases of non-conscious mental phenomena, but that does not make them unconscious mental phenomena. To be unconscious, you still have to be mental. And to be mental, you've got to be cognitive or affective or experiential. And it's only if Wilson can argue that each one of those 11 million minus 40 information processing events corresponds to a mental phenomenon such as one of these, that I'll be able to make the argument that supports the snowball on top of the iceberg position. So let's be careful about how this particular line of reasoning is not persuasive. We want to be open to the further question, well, what is the relationship between the extent of conscious awareness and the extent of unconscious awareness? It might still be that there's a great deal of unconscious processing that goes on under the hood, so to speak, but this argument doesn't tell us what that relationship is. We'll need to keep on looking. Try to focus on the sound, focus on nothing but the sound, And if you have some other thoughts that come your way, acknowledge them, maybe even mentally say hello to them, and let them float on by like clouds in the sky as you go back to thinking about the sound. So we've seen reasons for doubting the particular argument that Wilson gives in favor of the snowball on top of the iceberg metaphor. But that does not mean that the claims, that all claims about the adaptive unconscious are untrue. And fortunately, Wilson does provide evidence from both his laboratory and the laboratories of many other researchers around the world in favor of the idea that there must be some unconscious mentation occurring that explains behavior that would otherwise be very difficult to explain. So the researchers Barge and Petromonico, for example, have a study in which subjects are subliminally flashed charged words such as hostile, insult, unkind. And the way the subliminal priming works is that these words are flashed for only a couple hundred milliseconds, and then they're covered on a screen with X's, masking technique, so that you can't consciously be aware of what word you saw. So the word hostile might appear on the screen, but for such a short period of time, and then followed by X's, that your conscious mind can't answer the question, what word was that? Nevertheless, where then subjects are given vignettes, they tend to respond to those vignettes in a way that seems to be influenced by which words they were primed by. So, for example, you get an ambiguous sentence such as, a salesman came to the door, but George refused to let him in. And then the subject is asked, well, was George behaving in an inappropriate, improper, unethical way? Was he being mean? Whatever. If the subject had been primed with one of these words, such as hostile or unkind or insult, they're much more likely to answer that question in the affirmative. They're much more likely to interpret that ambiguous scenario in negative terms, in which, for example, George did something unkind or unfair or inappropriate. Whereas if they had not been primed by those words, they're as likely to interpret it in a negative way as they are in a positive way. And the idea is that, remember, inference is the best explanation. If the best explanation, it seems to be the case here, the best explanation of their behavior in response to this ambiguous scenario is that they've been unconsciously affected by the words that they were primed with. Not consciously, because they have no inkling of the fact that they were shown these particular words. And yet that seemed to make a difference for how they responded to the ambiguous situation. That's one experiment. Another experiment is a famous one by Beccaria and the husband-wife pair of Antonio and Hannah Damasio. We'll be talking about the Damasios in our next class. They have a gambling game, and there are 4 decks of cards, A, B, C, and D. With all these decks, you either win money or lose money when you choose one card from one of the decks. But when you choose a card from A or B, you get a large sum or a large loss. And over time, choosing cards from decks A or B is likely to result in a loss Whereas choosing cards from decks C or D, where you'll have smaller gains and smaller losses, is likely over time to result in your getting gains. Now, subjects generally over time gravitate towards choosing cards from decks C and D, but they don't show any awareness of the fact that they tend to win more when they do so and lose more when they choose cards from decks A and B. So they learn to select from C and D, but don't know why. If you ask them, why are you doing that? They won't be able to tell you that, oh, well, it seems like A and D are more productive of losses than C and D are. They're not able to verbally formulate that at all. You can also see that when they're considering choosing a card from A or B after a certain amount of experience with this experiment, there's a change in their skin conductivity. That is, the degree of galvanic skin response is a measure of your degree of arousal, either negatively or positively. The galvanic skin response increases in response to choosing from decks A or B. Subjects are not aware of this. They nevertheless do respond in that way. So the suggestion is that most patients who play this game, or most subjects who play this game, start choosing from C or D. They have somehow learned that the A and B decks are less productive or more likely to cause them losses, but they don't know that they've learned it. They just find themselves doing this, as described by these researchers. First point. Second point, and we're going to see this more in our next class when we talk about people with different kinds of lesions or losses to brain tissue. We're going to see that some patients, known as prefrontal patients, patients who've had damage to the prefrontal area of their brain, roughly speaking, the area of the brain right behind the bridge of the nose, patients who've had damage there do not learn the rule consciously or unconsciously. They keep on choosing cards just as likely from A and B as they do from C or D, and generally as a result end up losing a lot more than do the rest of the subjects. Somehow the emotional response that so-called normal subjects give to the prospect of choosing from A or B is not one that these prefrontal patients are able to make, and as a result the latter do poor over time. So given those two experiments we've just discussed, it looks like there's some empirical evidence for the unconscious mind, for the occurrence of unconscious phenomena. And there are many other examples that Wilson cites. Then there's been plenty more produced since the publication of that book that posit the existence of unconscious phenomena, that is the positing of which is the best explanation for the data in question. Nothing special or spooky or mysterious, nobody asking you to take their word for it, no one accusing you of resistance or repression if you challenge the experiments. The idea is this is just science. Just as about a century ago, scientists were offering evidence that supported the hypothesis of plate tectonics, so too contemporary cognitive scientists want to offer evidence that supports the hypothesis of unconscious processing. And notice that this will have some implications for unconscious desires, such as those towards sexuality and violence, but there won't be any special focus on those. So in that respect, Wilson and other colleagues will be breaking ranks with Freud, for whom sexuality and violence was at the core of our unconscious minds. Wilson and colleagues don't want to rule that out, but they don't think that that's all there is. Unconscious processing is important for language and negotiating our way through a geographical environment and face recognition and proprioception, etc., the case that we've considered thus far. And another important part of what happens at the unconscious level, according to Wilson and colleagues, is what he refers to as the psychological immune system. Just as we have a physiological immune system that allows us to fend off disease as they make incursions into us through germs, so too the psychological immune system, as Wilson wants to propose, is that we've got a system that allows us, unconscious, that allows us to fend off attacks on our self-esteem, on our self-respect, on our ability to be happy with ourselves and to get others to be happy with us as well. So this is represented, as he suggests, in, for example, the famous novel Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre is the heroine. She started out as an orphan. She was first taken in by Mrs. Reed, who, when she was a child, was quite mean to her. Jane Eyre finally leaves, goes off to a home for girls, grows up, makes something of her life, and then visits Mrs. Reed on her deathbed. Bronte, the author, describes the situation as follows, quoting the heroine, Jane Eyre. I knew by her stony eye, referring to Mrs. Reed, I knew by her stony eye, opaque to tenderness, indissoluble to tears, that she was resolved to consider me bad to the last. because to believe me good would give her no generous pleasure, only a sense of mortification. The idea that Bronte is suggesting is that Mrs. Reed had a vested interest in continuing to be sure that Jane Eyre was a bad person, because even though the evidence was to the contrary, had she accepted that Jane was not a bad person, it would have been mortifying to her. She would have had to admit that she'd made a grave error back many years ago, and doing that would have called into question her own status as a reasonable, decent individual. Rather than do that, she insists to her dying breath, with her stony eye, that Jane Eyre is a bad person. And we've got everyday experience of this, I think, in many, many areas of life. When we say sour grapes, when we say, I really didn't want that job, it was stupid. I didn't want to get into that law school. I didn't want to get into that med school. I don't like that city anyway. That's an application, it seems, in a case in which our psychological immune system is working because it protects our self-esteem. It allows us to deal with rejection by saying, the source of that rejection doesn't really bother me. That rejection's not a big deal because I wouldn't have gone there anyway, even if they had accepted me. Or you might once in your life have been turned down after you had made a romantic overture and to someone, and it's very natural to respond to that rejection by saying to yourself, that person was probably intimidated by me. Or that person doesn't have good taste anyway. Various things that we do to spin the negative things that happen to us are ways Wilson wants to suggest are activations of the psychological immune system. Or an experience I've seen many of my students over the years say things like the following: when they don't turn in a paper on time, or they just finish at the last minute, or some other assignment, they say, I'm sorry, professor, I know I'm such a flake, I'm a loser, I'm disorganized, and so on. And sometimes I've thought of the student in question, well, sometimes being flaky, sometimes being disorganized, sometimes doing things at the last minute allow you to protect your self-esteem in the following way. If you don't get as good a grade as you might have hoped for, you can always say, well, that's because I waited to the last minute. But it might be that if you keep on again and again waiting to the last minute, not learning your lesson, it might be that there's a vested interest there, something about yourself that you're trying to protect. That might be the following. It might be that if you were to do your absolute best, start working on the paper well beforehand, do your absolute best on the problem set, whatever it may be, you put yourself at risk. Because if that's your best work and you don't get a top grade, it'll be very natural to look at that result and say, okay, that's the best I can do. I've just seen my limitations. We can harbor beliefs about our talents by never putting our limitations to the test. That's another application of the psychological immune system. Another example that's been in the press lately is the phenomenon of humble bragging, where someone might, for example, tweet or put on Facebook or some other public venue something like a complaint. They're griping about something, but underneath that griping is a certain amount of self-promotion as well. They might not be aware of the fact. But for example, when somebody says, oh, it's so annoying when all I want to do is go to the convenience store and buy myself something to drink, that people start, trying to ask me out on a date. It's so irritating. That is a bit of a complaint, but it's also a way of bragging about their attractiveness, for example. So now these are also ways of protecting our self-esteem by pumping ourselves up, or protecting ourselves from having our self-esteem attacked because of various criticisms or challenges that we get from others. So these are applications of the psychological immune system, the ways in which Wilson wants to say we spin things in one way or another in order to aggrandize ourselves. And as such, the idea of each of us having a spin doctor is not necessarily a bad thing. Each of us wants to project a good image in order to be socially accepted, in order to be socially successful, in order to think well of ourselves. We want to, as it were, present ourselves in a positive and attractive light. But of course, one can only take that so far. What Wilson describes as one of the fundamental battlegrounds of the self, I think, is a fairly insightful remark on his part, because on the one hand, we want to spin things in our favor. On the other hand, there's such a thing as the reality principle, where too much spin makes you completely out of touch with reality. And then your life will probably spin out of control as a result. So if you, for example, are trying to make it in a career, for example, acting, and every time you don't get a role in a play or a commercial or a movie or a TV show, you might say, well, they're just threatened by my incredible talents, and that's why I didn't get the role. I'll keep on trying. Well, it's good that you want to keep on trying, but if that happens again and again, it might be time after a couple of years of continuous failure to not interpret that failure in a way that involves spinning and that does not involve application of the psychological immune system, and accept the fact that your talents might not be as great as possible. Otherwise, you could spend the rest of your life in a pursuit that will be very unsatisfying. So spinning, to a certain extent, that might be reasonable, but one needs to balance that out against the fact that there is a reality that it's hard to argue with, and too much spinning will result in our behaving in a way that is not always in our best interest. Another important aspect of Wilson's discussion is the phenomenon, I'm sure you've heard of it, of implicit bias, where implicit bias is defined as a set of unconscious mental prejudices that we harbor without necessarily being at fault or being blameworthy for doing so, at least until we're made aware of them, that can make us biased towards others. So just, for example, having grown up watching commercials and movies made in Hollywood, not necessarily engaging in overtly racist or sexist behavior, just being exposed to the larger culture, for example, you can, according to this theory of implicit bias, have implicit bias, that is, biases that you can't be aware of by introspection, and that can nevertheless have a big impact on your behavior. So to take one example, researchers try to figure out whether realtors, people whose job it is to sell real estate, have biases of which they're unaware. And they did an experiment in which you had African-American, white, as well as Hispanic couples going to look for a house, and they contact a realtor for that. And everything about those different couples is the same in the sense of income and credit history and ability to pay and so forth. The only relevant difference is different racial characteristics. And the realtors typically, and with very robust results, tended to steer the white applicants towards higher end, generally more white communities, and the realtors would steer the African American and Hispanic applicants towards less high end, slightly more ghettoized, and more racially diverse communities instead, in spite of the fact that nobody expressed a preference for being in one kind of community or another for the home that they were choosing. And furthermore, when the realtors were asked whether or not they had any bias in their treatment of different clients, they avowed no, of course they didn't, and they were very strenuous in their disavowal. And so this seems to be a case in which their behavior, the behavior of the realtors, is best explained by the idea that they do have biases of which they're unaware and of which they couldn't even be aware by introspecting. So notice, these realtors are not being accused of being racist in the traditional sense. It's not as if they believe that skin color matters. They can't introspect and find within themselves any view to the effect that being white as opposed to being black or Hispanic makes a difference for one's worthiness in owning a house of a certain type or having access to a certain type of career or education. But they act as if they do. And so this is a disturbing kind of set of data. The implicit bias discussion is disturbing for many people because it suggests that you can be racist, you can be sexist, without being able to introspect on any of those attitudes. And as you can see, that would make it that much more challenging to change your attitudes. If you've got introspectable attitudes of a racist or sexist kind, you might, by virtue of talking them through, reading literature that might convince you otherwise, thereby change your mind. But the theory of implicit bias suggests that no amount of reading of egalitarian, anti-racist, anti-sexist literature is going to change your mind, because that aspect of your mind is not open to introspective intervention. Another example, and this is at two different levels. First, elementary school teachers, if observed carefully by researchers, show that they, in the course of teaching math, tend to call on boys more than they call on girls. If you ask the elementary school teacher whether he or she is calling more on one sex rather than the other, their answer will be, of course not, no. But if you actually count the number of times that a boy is called on as opposed to a girl, you'll find that there's a bias towards calling on boys in math education. That seems disturbing, and most teachers who are shown that their pattern of behavior tends to be one in which they call on boys more than girls are disturbed, rightly so, by that result. In a very recent study that was discussed in National Public Radio and picked up by the New York Times, even preschool teachers seem to show a bias of the following kind. They're given an experiment in which they're asked to watch films of children behaving in one form or another, maybe drawing pictures or playing with a toy. And they're asked to just watch for any signs of inappropriate or potentially troubling behavior. And researchers trained a camera that tracks the movement of their eyes and that could tell what they were looking at. Characteristically, these preschool teachers tended to watch the African American kids much more carefully than the white kids for signs of potential trouble, because that's what they were asked to watch out for. Furthermore, they tended to watch the boys much more commonly than they did the girls. So the idea is that they are much more, so to speak, trigger happy with regard to their experience of African American boys, even at age 3 or 4, even before they get to school. And therefore, as you can imagine, more likely to report something, even if it's not there or only questionably there. So if you're looking for an explanation as to why it is African American boys are more likely to be suspended from school, even in their early years of schooling, even before school, a partial explanation is that of bias on the part of the preschool teacher. And again, those biases are not ones of which the preschool teacher is aware by introspecting consciously. The only way in which you can get someone to be aware is by showing them the data about the movement of their eyes. But even then, they can be aware of it without being able to see, so to speak, in a first personal way, what it is about them that makes them act that way. You can go on to a website known as Project Implicit and actually carry out a test on your own potential biases that have to do with subliminal priming of various kinds, seeing what choices you make. You can determine whether or not you've got a certain amount of implicit bias. I'll warn you, the answer is probably yes. You'll probably find that you've got some disturbing biases that you prefer not to have. So buyer beware. And these are biases that concern skin color, physical disability, body type, etc. All kinds of things that people can be biased towards. You might find that you have some biases that you're not entirely happy to find out about. And that raises the very difficult question, how, if at all, is it possible to make any changes once you become aware of them? Another important example of unconscious processes that we are not aware of and perhaps can't even be aware of by introspecting, is our ways of interpreting prospective events that could well happen in the future. So, for instance, as Wilson points out, the topic of affective forecasting. That is, forecasting how we're going to feel about our emotions in the future and our state of well-being in the future is something that we, generally speaking, are not very good at. We tend, that is, to have a durability bias. That is, that the elation that we might feel from getting something new, for example, or the grief that we might feel when something very bad happens, we tend very much to overestimate without being aware of the fact that we do so. So there's, again, an unconscious mechanism, a durability bias, that we are not aware of and can't be aware of by virtue of consciously introspecting. Examples of durability biases are things like the following. Many of us, I've heard thousands of times people say things like, somebody says, "How are you doing?" And the answer is, "Well, I haven't hit the lottery yet, but I guess I'm managing okay, thank you." Hitting the lottery being a way of referring to winning a huge jackpot in virtue of your state's or country's lottery. And the presupposition there in that answer is that if only I hit the lottery, I'd be really happy and I'd be set. I'd have it made. But I believe that, and Wilson points out as well, that in making a decision of that sort and predicting that I'd be super happy if I were to win the lottery, suggests a durability bias in the following sense. Presumably, most of us would be elated for a certain amount of time if we won a great deal of money. But the evidence shows, and it's overwhelmingly strong, that lottery winners are some of the least happy people in the world. You can begin to imagine why if you think about it. If you win the lottery, then you might be tempted to quit your job. But unless it's an absolutely terrible job, it probably provides a great deal of satisfaction in life because it gives you a challenge. It gives you something to do. It's a source of social contact, for example. Again, not all jobs are this way, but many of them are. So the myth that we have of if I could be rich enough to quit my job is perhaps misleading because it suggests that I'd have happiness without it. But it's not clear how you'd fill in the things, how you'd make up for the things that the loss of the job actually would have. Firstly. Secondly, when you win a huge lottery, you're likely to have a lot of friends show up on your doorstep. That is, people who want to benefit from your richness, who aren't necessarily showing a friendship that's the most sincere kind. And as a result, you can end up being a little bit suspicious of all the people around you because you're unsure as to whether or not those putative friendships are genuine. Wilson discusses various stories about famous examples of lottery winners who ended up not being able to manage their money, spent it all, and found themselves being disgraced and ostracized by their community. They can't go back to where they lived before because people were threatening them with bodily harm if they didn't give them money, but they spent it anyway. And so their lives have been sort of dislocated from what they had been before. So the idea that if I were to win the lottery, I'd be happy, my life would be set, I'd have it made, is I think a myth that many of us carry around due to the fact that we have a durability bias. That is, if I were to experience the elation that I'd have in the first, say, week or month or 6 months after winning that amount of money, that therefore that elation would carry on for much longer. That's a bias that's probably not corresponding to anything in reality. Likewise, when somebody says, if only I had that car, if only I had that watch, if only I had that new suit, if only I could buy that piece of jewelry, I'd be vastly happier than I am. The fact is that things like that produce a certain amount of elation and then end up, when it's time to start paying for them and maintaining them, as the case may be, that we tend to go back down to our normal state, and now we've got something else that we're responsible for. Sometimes we can end up being less happy than we were before. So that's the potentially positive side of it. And for the potentially negative side, Wilson points out examples of survivals of grief, survivors who experience grief. So when somebody has a loss of a loved one, for instance, there is a great deal of grief and mourning that occurs, justifiably so. But when asked, how would you feel and how long would you take to recover if you were to experience the death of a child or a parent or a spouse or a close friend, most people would say, I would grieve for a very long time and I don't know if I'd ever get over it. The fact is, however, that most people, of course, there are plenty of exceptions, but most people do get back to surviving and getting over their grief in a reasonable amount of time, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, and then are able to carry on. The general point being that our emotional lives are relatively homeostatic in the sense that they tend to go back to where they were before after a perturbation. That perturbation might happen for some weeks or months or maybe even a year, maybe even a year and a half or two in more extreme cases. But after that, we get back to where we were before, even if we've bought something very expensive or won a lot of money or, on the other side, experienced a severe loss. Generally speaking, we get back to normal, but we don't know that about ourselves because, Wilson suggests, we have a durability bias that operates at the unconscious level. Relax and let the mental waters become more serene. So let's take a deep breath. Bamboo, breathe out. Let's keep on doing that. Thank you. Another example, another very striking one, is a topic of considerable discussion among neuroscientists and philosophers and psychologists today, is the issue of what's known as conscious will. Many of us think that when we make a decision as to what to do, even banal decisions, whether or not to have another sip of coffee or to pick up a pen or to close your laptop or to open your cell phone, Many of us feel that those decisions are things that are subject to my conscious awareness. I now decide to open up that laptop. I now decide to turn off the phone, and lo and behold, the phone turns off. But remember that just because you've got correlation, that does not produce causality. After all, there's a high correlation between, for example, waking up with your shoes on and waking up with a headache. But going to bed with your shoes on or waking up with them probably doesn't cause you to have a headache. There's probably an underlying cause of your having gone to bed with your shoes on and waking up with a headache as well. I'll let you speculate about what that underlying cause is. But correlation does not produce causality. So too, the fact there's a correlation between my decision to open up my cell phone, my decision to close my laptop, my decision to wave to that friend across the street, well, they generally speaking are followed by the relevant actions, but that does not prove causality either. And in fact, some neuroscientists have been arguing that the idea that there is a causal relationship between my decision to do something and my doing it is in fact illusory. This is a controversial topic, and it's more controversial than some of the other examples we've discussed thus far, but I want you to be aware of it, partly because it's fascinating and it provides an interesting challenge to much of our views about our own selves as agents in our lives. According to recent research, there's a course of time that goes from the activation in your brain that occurs before an action takes place and taking place of an action, somewhere like 500 to 600 milliseconds. At the beginning of that process is what's known as the brain readiness potential. Let that be, for example, negative 600 milliseconds. There's a sort of spiking in neural activity when an action is about to ensue. That's the brain RP, or readiness potential. And then you've got the action, the pushing of a button on a phone, the raising of a hand, the whistling, whatever it is. Now, Libet, a neuroscientist, and other researchers have done experiments in which they put subjects in a room in which they had access to a very, very large and easy to read, very precise timepiece. And they said, I want you to take notice of the time when you decide, that is consciously will, to, for example, lift your hand or wiggle your finger. And then keep that in mind and let me know later on what the time was when you did that. So here goes. Boom. I keep track of the clock. I know what time it is. The results of the experiment suggest that the brain readiness potential spikes at negative 600 milliseconds, but the conscious volition, that time that I take notice of when I decide to, for example, wiggle my finger, happens at something more like negative 300 milliseconds. So the brain readiness potential, the spiking happens here. The conscious willing, the decision to act, happens here, and then you've got the action. And that way of thinking about the time course, the suggestion is that the, so to speak, train left the station back here. And the conscious decision to do something happened after the train left the station. And if that's right, it raises the question, precisely how did my conscious decision have an impact on my action? It looks as if the action was already underway, or at least the neural process that was leading up to the action was already underway before I made a conscious decision to do anything. It's as if, think back to the days of the steam locomotives. Steam locomotives have steam coming out of the smokestack. The steam doesn't make the locomotive go. What makes the locomotive go is the burning of the coal in the engine. But the steam is, so to speak, an epiphenomenon. It happens as a result of the burning of the coal, but it doesn't make the engine go. So maybe your conscious decision, your conscious will, is just like the steam. And the brain readiness potential is more like the actual burning of the coal in the engine itself. What makes the engine move is something that happened well before you made a decision. If that picture is right, then your attempt to introspect on your own decision-making is interesting enough, but it's not clear that decision has very much causal power in determining you to do what you take yourself to do. Now, as I've said, this is a controversial set of experiments. It's not clear that it decisively shows that conscious will is an illusion. Many psychologists and neuroscientists do want to conclude that, but that's a controversial conclusion, something that I'll be asking you to speculate on in some of the study questions that'll be associated with today's lecture. Tim Wilson also talks about decision-making and asks us to think about whether or not our conscious deliberative process and processes that we go through in making decisions are always the ones that do the work in getting us to behave as we do. And I mean decisions not so much about whether to wiggle a finger or not, but rather about broader issues such as major life decisions. So many of us have been brought up on the Ben Franklin method of decision-making, in which you divide up a piece of paper to 2 columns and put pro on one side, con on the other. Franklin writes the following: "My way is to divide half a sheet of paper by a line into 2 columns, writing over the one pro and over the other con. Then during 3 or 4 days of consideration," Franklin writes, "I put down under different heads the short hints of different motives that at different times occur to me for or against each measure. When each reason is thus considered, separately and comparatively, and the whole lies before me, I think I can judge better and am less likely to make a rash step." That's a well-known, very famous method for decision-making. And Wilson's point is that suggests that our decision-making process, what makes us prefer one course of action over another, is something that we can consciously formulate, something that we can justify in a way that can be consciously articulated on that sheet of paper. But maybe that's not true. Maybe what really does the work in making us decide whether to buy this house, marry this person, take this job, give up this job that we have, study this topic, and so forth, is something more like a gut feeling that we may or may not be consciously aware of. Now, if that's right, and many people attest to the idea of a gut feeling in favor of one course of action as opposed to another in big life decisions, the Ben Franklin method is not going to be the key to deciding what to do in a difficult situation. We're going to get back to this when we discuss next week Antonio Damasio's book, Descartes' Error, which is very much about the process of decision-making. And we'll be considering various methods of decision-making and various theories of decision-making in order to decide which is the most accurate characterization of what people do when they behave with at least a modicum of rationality. So summing up, unlike that of Freud, we've seen a different and more up-to-date approach to the nature of the unconscious mind. Wilson's focus is on the subconscious as opposed to preconscious phenomena, and wants to say, unlike some, at least, of the Freudian tradition and the psychoanalytic tradition more broadly, we want to put our theories of the unconscious up to the highest standards of experimental design and experimental rigor. And once we do so, we will still see that the best explanation of various experimental phenomena is that there are mental events that are not just unconscious, but subconscious, not open to conscious introspection, but that we need to invoke to explain things like biased behavior, the fact that we're bad at forecasting things in the future, both the consequences of good and bad events, the ability to process language so effectively, the ability to make sense of faces so effectively, and so on. These are not things we can know by introspection, but we can know, so to speak, in a third personal way. And in this respect, we're going back to think about the inspiration that we had from Ryle. Remember, Ryle told us that if you want to know about self-knowledge, I know about myself better than I know about others simply because I, so to speak, hang out with myself more than others. But I still know myself in a third personal as opposed to a first personal way. Introspection is not very important for learning about ourselves. Rather, seeing how we behave in the world is a more accurate way of doing so. And furthermore, taking a page from the Wilson approach, which is more scientifically rigorous than that of Ryle. Remember, Ryle was kind of dismissive of scientific psychology. Wilson is certainly in favor of it. Wilson will say, not just hanging out with yourself, but watching yourself and the implications of your behavior and experimental results, what happens when you take tests on the Project Implicit website and so on, are going to be especially revelatory as to what's going on in your unconscious mind, especially because most of us tend to be spin doctors. So if you just ask me what I think of myself based on my self-observation, I might prettify, sugarcoat things in a way that a hard look in a mirror or a hard look at the results of the tests from Project Implicit and various other relatively objective sources of third personal information about my unconscious mind that might be not quite as attractive, but still important to understand what makes me do the things that I do. So the big picture then is, yes, there's evidence for the existence of an unconscious mind. It is not open to introspection. And nevertheless, it has a big impact in the way that we live our lives. And if you've followed just the tiniest bit of news of the last 5 years, you'll be aware of the fact that various kinds of racist behavior, sexist behavior, other things that are very much the topic of political discussion, etc., in many countries around the world are often traceable to sorts of prejudice, sorts of bias that are not consciously introspectable, but nevertheless have a huge impact on daily life. Today I want to move to a different focus. We'll be talking about Antonio Damasio's book, Descartes' Error, in the course of which we'll be emphasizing the emotions and the role that emotions play in human reasoning. In the course of doing so, we're going to be thinking about aspects of self-knowledge that are there, in a sense, open to consciousness, but perhaps are aspects of consciousness that are not things that strike one's attention immediately. Once we hear about some of Damasio's hypotheses, you might find yourself paying attention to things that had been available to your consciousness all along, but that you had not been paying attention to until they were brought to your attention. I'm hoping that's what we can bring to the surface before our time together today is done. So just some background. A big distinction that I want you to have before your mind as we get ready to plunge into Damasio's thought is a distinction between two kinds of rationality. Rationality takes two forms, neither of which is reducible to the other so far as I can see. Theoretical rationality is that aspect of reasoning that attempts to answer the question, what is the case? We employ theoretical rationality in determining what the weather's like outside, how long ago the dinosaurs died out and what made them die out. We employ theoretical rationality in doing a mathematical proof. We employ theoretical rationality even in predicting what the future will hold insofar as we're able to do that. So theoretical rationality uses logic, it uses evidence, it uses an empirical basis so far as possible, also reasoning to come to conclusions that are justified by the evidence that we have available to us. Whereas, by contrast, practical rationality answers the question not what is the case, but rather what should I do? More precisely, what is the most prudent thing to do? Practical rationality attempts to develop a kind of theory or mechanism that'll help us make progress with the question, what shall I do? I'm taking it that theoretical rationality is relatively familiar, and that you employ practical rationality just about every day of your life without perhaps having spent any conscious attention on the question, what is practical rationality and how does one pursue it? It's going to be useful because in our discussion with Damasio, we'll find him making assumptions about the nature of practical rationality that might or might not be quite right, but that he will be arguing for the importance of the appeal to and the invocation of emotion in one's application of practical rationality. So that's one thing I want us to pay attention to. That'll be one important focus for our discussion today. So what is practical rationality? Think of yourself as making a decision about what to do, and as such, you have a number of available actions. In addition to those options that you have, there are a number of possible states of the world that you can contemplate. And once you differentiate among the actions and the possible states of the world, you then can think about outcomes. That is to say, what happens if you perform one action and the world ends up being a certain way? And then, in the course of making a decision, one way to approach this is to assign a kind of value ranking to the possible outcomes that you have available to you. This is what we call the act-state-outcome approach to decision-making with a little bit of quantitative information added in. So suppose we're deciding whether or not to take a vacation to the beach. And we're going to distinguish between taking a beach vacation or not taking a beach vacation. Those are our two actions that are available. And you can distinguish between lousy weather and decent weather. We're deciding whether or not to go down to the beach for the day and deciding whether or not it's worth our while. Well, the outcome for a choice that you make of taking the beach vacation and getting lousy weather is that you lost time and probably some money getting there. Perhaps you rented a place by the beach and that money will have not been very well spent. Whereas by contrast, if it's decent weather means acceptable all the way up to excellent, you take a beach vacation, you might have spent money and time, but hopefully you will have had a good time frolicking in the waves. By contrast, for the row of this matrix that corresponds to not taking a vacation, if it's lousy weather, then the outcome is that you had no loss of time or money. You might even feel a little bit of gloating about the fact that people who are at the beach have to stay inside doing board games or something in order to wait for the bad weather to pass. Whereas if you don't take a beach vacation and the weather's decent, you will, as before, have no loss of time or money, but you might feel some regret as your friends send you texts and Instagram messages and things of the kind showing you pictures of the great time they're having in the waves. And you could also begin to add some numbers to these outcomes. That is to say, if I take a beach vacation and it's good weather, that's the highest, that's 4. And likewise, as you can see in this matrix, all the way down to 1, where I take the vacation and it's bad weather and I'm wishing the rain would stop. In addition, in order to make this a little bit more precise, we would want to add probabilities to the various possible states of the world. That is, if there's just a negligible chance of bad weather, then that'll make a big difference for the rationality of doing one thing as opposed to another. But let's suppose that we consult historical weather records and we look at any forecast that might be available for the coming week for that part of the world, and we say, well, actually 50-50 chance of good weather as opposed to bad. And likewise, you might say, in addition to just a ranking of the outcomes, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's put numbers that correspond to how much we like one more than the other. So suppose we've got a scale of 1 to 10 to use, we can give 10 to the outcome in which we take the vacation and the weather's good, all the way down to 1 to the outcome in which we take the vacation in which the weather's bad. Once we have that information, we can begin to, so to speak, multiply through. That is, we balance the value or disvalue of the outcome with the probability of that outcome actually taking place. The result being that for multiplying the products and then adding across, we get what's known as an expected value for taking the beach vacation and an expected value for not taking the beach vacation, according to what the sort of development of the X-state outcome conception of decision-making, the development known as subjective expected utility theory, or SEUT, is going to say the rational thing to do is going to be to take the vacation because that has a higher expected utility than does not doing so. And as a result, it seems like if the question is it prudent, this is prudential rationality, practical rationality, is it prudent for me to take the vacation under these circumstances? The answer, according to this way of reasoning, is going to be yes. This is, you can think of a kind of system, mechanism, or even a technology for helping you to decide what to do in a complex decision situation. Now, a couple of clarifications I want to add about this. First of all, there's an element of subjectivity here that's built into subjective expected utility and that differentiates the process from what you're doing with theoretical rationality. With theoretical rationality, there's no obvious place for subjectivity to have a role. Whereas with practical rationality, it depends a lot who you are and how much you value or disvalue certain outcomes. So if you're the sort of person who just loves rainy days, staying inside the house or hotel, perhaps by a fireplace doing a puzzle or something, that doesn't bother you at all, even though you made an effort in the hope of going on vacation and frolicking in the waves, if it's nearly as good for you to be inside doing board games or making puzzles or something, that's fine, but that will result in a different number that you would put in that relevant part of the outcome space from what somebody else would do if they're very disappointed in that outcome. Likewise, two people could look at the same weather forecast and on that basis still each act rationally, with one taking an umbrella, the other one not taking an umbrella, because one, for example, gets very, very bothered by getting wet when they get rained on. The other one doesn't mind at all. So the S part of SEUT, S-E-U-T, matters. There's an element built in of subjectivity to this theory, and it's different in that respect from theoretical rationality, which has no obvious place for subjectivity. The second point I want to make is that there's nothing built into the definition of subjective expected utility theory that says in order to behave rationally in this practical sense, you have to build a decision matrix. You can, that's optional, but not required. And in fact, it had better not be required because building a decision matrix is an action. And then when you're contemplating an action, if you always have to build a decision matrix to decide whether that action is a rational thing to do, you would have to build a decision matrix to decide whether to build a decision matrix, and that's going to end you up on a regress. So what I'm going to call the decision maker's regress is one that should not be a problem for SEUT, but rather something that would show that it's obviously not the case that whenever you've got to make a decision, you have to build a matrix. A matrix is sometimes helpful, but it certainly is not mandatory. We can see a similar point by just noting that choosing an option, even in a way that's practically rational, that maximizes your overall well-being, does not require that you consciously do so. There may be lots of things that you do automatically, paying little or even no conscious attention to what you're doing, that still are going to be the most reasonable things to do under the circumstances. Likewise, following your gut may be a perfectly good way of maximizing subjective expected utility. And you can see this in obvious cases such as, suppose that you're walking across a street and a bus is out of control careening towards you. By no means should you make a decision matrix in order to decide what to do. I strongly urge you to jump out of the way, try to save as many people with you as you can. But of course, you're not making it a decision matrix in the process. And yet you're still probably maximizing utility by jumping out of the way of the bus. So there are plenty of reasons to think that maximizing subjective expected utility does not require that you pay conscious attention to the process by means of which you do so. Often doing what comes naturally is precisely the best way of maximizing subjective expected utility. So I've distinguished between practical and theoretical rationality, and we've talked about theoretical rationality before. Descartes has developed an understanding of it that puts pride of place on the idea of clear and distinct perception. We might not agree with that particular formulation of theoretical rationality, but it's a nice example that dramatizes part of what's important about the process. Practical rationality, which I'm introducing now, has to do with doing what's prudent. And there's a method, a kind of technology for applying it, but it's something that is optional, not required. A good idea to use in a complex decision situation about where to invest your money, things of the kind. But often immediate, time-sensitive decisions require that you not consciously do it, go with your gut, and in many cases you will still be maximizing subjective expected utility and thereby acting in a way that's practically rational. So Antonio Damasio's book, Descartes' Error, begins its narrative with a discussion of the sad tale of the by now famous patient known as Phineas Gage. Gage was a rail worker, and he was kind of a foreman for a crew. At the time at which the action occurs, he is helping build some line through Vermont, a rocky, hilly, sometimes even mountainous state. There's a lot of dynamiting that has to happen in order to make a flat, relatively straight rail line going across the state. Hot afternoon in the summer, Gage has drilled a hole in some rock, filled it up with some gunpowder, and after putting a fuse, is about to add sand on top of it. Someone calls his name. He turns his head, absent-mindedly takes this long, metal, specially built tamping tool, absent-mindedly taps the gunpowder with it, which causes an explosion. The tool now gets catapulted through the air, but before doing so, literally goes through Gage's head. Gage is thrown through the air and ends up unconscious, and there is now a hole in his head out of which blood is coming. But after not too long, he regains consciousness, and he's taken to a nearby hotel. People tend to him, and although he's bleeding and needs care and so forth, he's able to carry on a conversation. He's clearly in pain, but he's not been killed. He's not been terribly deformed thus far. And then over the next several weeks, a Dr. Harlow is brought in to help care for the patient. And although medical science was much less sophisticated in the 1840s than it is today, miraculously perhaps, Harlow manages to get Gage back to health. The wound seems to have closed up, or at least is covered with bandage well enough so that it's not bleeding anymore. And although this steel rod has gone through Gage's head, he has survived the accident and seems to be getting back to normal. There's just one problem. As Harlow and others observe, Gage has become a bit different. His personality seems to have undergone a transformation. Harlow writes, the equilibrium or balance, so to speak, between his intellectual faculty and his animal propensities has been destroyed. That is to say, he's become, as Harlow writes, fitful, irreverent, indulging, at times in the greatest profanity. Women at the time had to be warned before being in Gage's presence because he would often be very profane, very obnoxious, very rude, and so forth. And he was no longer able to keep his job with the railway company because he could not be depended upon to get jobs done, follow through a task, be polite to his fellow workers, and so on. And so he left employment there. He traveled around. He ended up in South America at some point. He went to the West Coast, lived in San Francisco for a certain amount of time, worked sometimes as a farmhand on some of the farms outside of San Francisco, but would always be unable to keep a job for very long, often would have a temper tantrum and just walk away from the job on the spur of a moment, and ended up dying relatively young, unhappily, more or less alone, more or less impoverished, and having had his personality, so to speak, fall apart in the process. Damasio and his wife and fellow neuroscientist Hannah Damasio did a great deal of research on what happened with Gage and did the best they could to reconstruct this patient's story, as well as the medical diagnosis and the actual physical situation of what happened in this accident. And Dr. Hannah Damasio primarily was able to reconstruct the trajectory of the steel rod that went through Gage's head. It helps that we still have Gage's cranium available to us, so we can take a look at where the actual holes are from the size of the actual steel rod that we still have available. We can also get a sense of its diameter and so on. So Dr. Hannah Damasio is able to reconstruct the path, showing that the steel rod went through a trajectory that pierced the bottom of Gage's chin, went under his mouth, and then through the part of his brain that's right behind the bridge of his nose. So the hole was somewhere towards the center front of his head. The rod went in through somewhere like here, and miraculously didn't kill him, but did cause a serious lesion in the part of his brain known as the ventromedial prefrontal area, before the frontal cortex, pre the frontal cortex, the area of brain essentially behind the bridge of one's nose. And Antonio Damasio, having got a sense about where the actual damage was done, was then left to contemplate and wonder why damage to that particular part of the brain had the specific effect on Gage that it did. And it helped that later on, Damasio was able to get access to other patients during his own career. Damasio's career that spanned from the 1980s until today, was able to get access to patients that seem to have had similar behavioral features, similar aspects to their personalities, that was enabled Damasio to put together a syndrome that he was able to call the Gage matrix, that collection of behaviors and personality characteristics that were fairly similar to those of Gage, that allowed him to come up with a kind of generalization. Relax and let the mental waters become more serene. So let's take a deep breath. Bamboo, breathe out. Let's keep on doing that. Thank you. An important patient that came the way of Antonio Damasio, who I'll be referring to by name for the rest of our discussion. So when I say Damasio from here on in, I'll be talking about Antonio, not his spouse, Hannah, is someone that Damasio calls Elliot. Elliot had been a successful mid-level executive, had an enviable position in life, was doing all kinds of good things, had the respect of his peers and friends, love of his family, and so on, but then began to show signs of a brain tumor but this is a tumor that was not itself something that couldn't be taken care of by just removal. So the tumor was removed, but in the course of that removal, together with the damage that the tumor had done before it was removed, a lesion was caused in Elliot's brain in roughly the same area that the steel rod had done damage to Phineas Gage's brain. Now, after the surgery, Elliot made a full recovery in terms of getting his health back, but his behavior began to change. He was unable to keep that job that he had before, and Damasio was able to test this. He and his colleagues put Elliot through a number of different batteries of psychological tests. His IQ was good. He did well on the WAIS battery of examinations. He did well on memory tests. He can carry on a conversation. His intelligence was in general normal or even in the superior range on certain measures. Nevertheless, he was not able to make basic practical decisions. When faced with a task, by 5 p.m. today, you need to make sure you get the quarterly report done or something of the kind, he would spend hours trying to decide how to organize the different papers inside of that report, as opposed to just saying, let's find some system of organization and go with it. He was unable to rank appropriately the things that mattered relative to the things that didn't matter. He was not able to prioritize in such a way as to make good use of his time. Likewise, as a result, he ended up losing that position. He ended up thereafter getting into various questionable business relationships with people who tended to fleece him. He was not able to reason well in terms of being able to make good decisions as a business person. Likewise, he was not able to be a good family man. His marriage ended in divorce. Many of his loved ones looked on in puzzlement, bewilderment, and in some cases horror as his life, in effect, unraveled. And what was so puzzling about this was that he, on the surface, was able to carry on a conversation, could discuss intelligently current events, history, science, and so forth. He was knowledgeable. He was able to, in a superficial way, present as being on top of things, and yet he was unable to make practical decisions. So it's as if the lesion that this tumor produced in his brain thereby produced a serious lesion in his practical rationality in terms of his ability to make good choices. Furthermore, as Damasio brought him in as a patient, there was a question whether or not Elliot would be able to be qualified for Social Security benefits, because it was not clear whether he was just really unable to keep a job or whether he was just being lazy. But as Damasio stated in greater detail, Damasio was able to convince the insurance companies that, in fact, there was a deep biological reason for Elliot's problem, and so he should have his insurance benefits reinstated and his health and his disability benefits reinstated as well. And then Damasio and colleagues put him through a number of other tests and found, for example, that when presenting Elliot with some disturbing images of people who've just been shot, of buildings on fire, of ships capsizing at sea and so forth, of animals suffering in one way or another, Elliot was cognitively aware of what he was seeing. He understood what he was seeing. He understood that this was a picture of a dog being bitten by another dog and bleeding all over the place, for example. But Elliot was not likely to show an emotional reaction to these sorts of images. He knew that they were sad or disturbing. He saw that intellectually, but he was not himself made sad or disturbed by these images. So Damasio concludes that in some respects, Elliot was a new Phineas Gage. He points out that Elliot was never impolite, was not irascible, was not offensive to people in the way that Phineas Gage was, but nevertheless, Damasio finds a commonality between the two of them because he feels that there's an impractical nature to their behavior. And likewise, Damasio describes Elliot as one who knows but does not feel. He knows what he's seeing. He's aware of the emotionally charged situation in front of him, that something's got to be done in a certain time, that something that he's observing is suffering, for example, but it doesn't feel the importance of reacting appropriately. Damasio writes, the cold-bloodedness of Elliot's reasoning prevents his evaluating different outcomes to his actions. So Elliot had a lesion in his brain that is similar to the lesion that was caused by the steel rod that went through Phineas Gage's head. And the result is that Damasio wants to hypothesize that there's something in common, not just neurologically, but behaviorally with these two patients. And not just in terms of overt behavior, but more precisely in terms of their ability to, as we would now say, make good choices. So Damasio is now looking for, at this point in the book, looking for an hypothesis as to what would explain the commonality that he finds between Phineas Gage, Eliot, and other patients that he discusses. The general clues that he's got in front of him are going to be primarily that neither of them is able to balance the set of choices that they have available to them with a sense that your gut might be able to tell you which one is the reasonable choice to take, which one is the most rational in the sense of practical rationality, which one is the most practically rational choice to take of those that are available. In the course of developing his positive theory, Damasio wants to talk about emotions, and that's what I'd like to explain right now. It's common in contemporary experimental psychology and social psychology in particular to distinguish between basic emotions and the other kinds of emotions. By basic, I mean those emotions that are pan-cultural, in the sense that every member of our species who's at least neurologically typical is going to be likely to have one of these basic emotions. That is, they're, in a sense, part of our biological nature to have one of these emotions or another at any given time. These emotions are normally thought of as consisting of 6: anger, happiness, sadness, surprise, disgust, and fear. Anybody who's born as a member of our species who is neurologically typical is going to be prone to have one of these emotions under various circumstances. And they will manifest themselves in pretty common ways from one person to the other. The idea is that, for example, it doesn't matter whether you were born in Marseille, France, or you're born and raised in Moscow, or you're born and raised in New Mexico, in Albuquerque, for example. If you ingest something that's very bad for you, you will retch. You will have an emotion of disgust. Your body will do everything it can to expel that thing from your mouth. Likewise, it doesn't matter whether you're born and raised in Sydney, Australia, or Buenos Aires. If there's something that is obviously threatening to your well-being, you will probably experience fear. And that fear is going to have a certain distinctive way it looks on your face. It'll have a physiological manifestation. We now know that under conditions of considerable fear, you tend to have more blood flow to your legs, whereas by contrast, in situations of considerable anger, you have more blood flow to your arms, which makes a kind of evolutionary sense if you think about it. So these primary or basic emotions are ones that are they're given us by virtue of our biological endowment when we're just born, and they're elicited by relatively easily identifiable things in the environment. And furthermore, they have a fairly common manifestation. It doesn't matter whether you're born and raised in Papua New Guinea or Paris, France. If something makes you happy, there's a certain way you are more or less likely to look, with a smile, for instance. Now, in addition to these basic emotions and their pan-cultural manifestations, there are also going to be a top layer above that known as display rules that can modulate the way in which these emotions are manifested in your face and other behavior. So, for example, in modern Western society and certain other societies, we've got rules as to how much you're allowed to smile when there's an event having to do with mourning going on. So if you're at a funeral, even if you see an old friend, you probably are expected to keep your pleasure at seeing that old friend under wraps. Likewise, there are conditions under which it's appropriate to show disgust, conditions under which it's appropriate or inappropriate to show fear. Many cultural situations tell us that this kind of facial expression is okay under these circumstances, and other cases not. In one famous experiment comparing American students with Japanese students, two groups, American students, Japanese students, were asked to watch funny movies. I believe it was the same funny movies in both cases, and both found them, when they took themselves not to be being observed, both groups laughed at about the same extent and at the same rate in response to the funny things that would happen in the movies. However, when the situation was changed so that in both viewing situations there was an authority figure present who was visible to all the students, a scientist-like person standing in front of them with a white lab coat, for example, then the American students would not change their manifestation of laughter very much when they're watching the movies just because there is an authority figure in front of them, whereas the Japanese students would change considerably, so that the Japanese students tended to modify their expressive behavior in response to what they took to be an authority figure, whereas American students did so much less so. So the result is that these two different groups seem to have different display rules. And you might think about your own situation, think about whether there are conditions under which your society or your culture tells you that even if you're feeling an emotion of a certain kind and have a tendency to express that emotion in your voice, in your face, in your gestures and so forth, you're asked to either minimize it because of the situation, or maybe even maximize it, dramatize it, heighten it because of the situation that you're in. The idea, though, is that basic emotions have one pan-cultural manifestation, which is supposed to be in common in terms of facial expression, physiological responses, and often the way that these emotions feel experientially. Then on top of that, there's a layer that explains why even these basic emotions might be expressed differently among different cultures, and that layer has to do with display rules. Now, on top of these basic emotions, what Damasio will call primary emotions, he also discusses secondary emotions, which secondary emotions tend to have two different components, one of which is they are often activated by our experience, our knowledge of the world, our expectations about what's going on around us, and so on. So, for example, you might feel resentment, which perhaps is a weak kind of anger, but resentment is a special kind of anger in the sense that resentment requires certain attributions to the object of that resentment. You can't just feel resentment per se. You've got to feel resentment towards an individual for doing something or other. So, for example, it would make very little sense for me to resent my car, even if it doesn't start one day, unless I somehow thought that the car was an animate object that was trying to behave in a willfully annoying or irritating or offensive way towards me. When I resent someone, the more natural case is one in which I take offense at what they're doing, think that what they're doing is somehow wrong, inappropriate, etc., and want perhaps some retribution or at least some compensation for the thing that they've done. Likewise, hope. It does make sense if somebody asks you how you're feeling and you say, oh, I'm feeling hopeful, and you would then ask them, and then they then ask you, well, what are you hopeful about? It wouldn't make sense to reply, oh, nothing at all, nothing in particular, I'm just feeling hopeful. Rather, hope is something that requires what philosophers like to call an object. To be hopeful, you have to be hopeful about something or other. These are examples of secondary emotions, resentment on the one hand and hope on the other. So we're going to be thinking about emotions, and you might, in your own life, reflect on the variety or the panoply of emotions that you have. Which emotions have that kind of visceral feel about them? Which emotions are ones that you feel like you're just built to experience? And which emotions are ones that require a cognitive component in the sense that you have certain expectations or presuppositions about the world that make that emotion possible? In addition, I would also mention that there are emotions that are, in a sense, very culturally specific. Maybe anybody in any culture can feel resentment or hopeful, whereas there are other emotions that are perhaps a third level, tertiary perhaps, that require certain specific assumptions about your own culture. For example, in Portuguese, pardon me if I'm not pronouncing it exactly right, the word saudade seems to refer to the experience of longing and nostalgia you have for the lost days of the Portuguese Empire. Now, I can imagine modern-day Portuguese people feeling this emotion of nostalgia for days of Portuguese glory, although there's plenty of Portuguese glory nowadays to go around. There might still be people who feel nostalgic about what was the case before. But that's an emotion that I, as a non-Portuguese person, don't think that I have any understanding of, don't think that I can experience. Likewise, Japanese has the word ame, which refers to something like the sense of bliss that you feel when you're lost in a huge crowd of people. Now, for me, ame is not something I have any emotional connection to, in the sense that when I'm in a huge crowd of people, my general tendency is to want to get away from that crowd as soon as possible. But if you're the sort of person who feels a kind of bliss in the loss of self, for example, in that large crowd of people, then maybe you're experiencing ame. You don't necessarily have to be Japanese, but it's not something that anybody from any culture can get access to. It depends upon certain assumptions about what you take to be good or bad about being associated with many others. So emotions take a number of different forms. Some are, it seems, built into our biological nature. Others are more specific in the sense of having cognitive components, yet others are more specific in the sense of having a deep cultural background. And those emotions, especially that have a deep cultural background, a set of presuppositions, are ones that some of us might be able to understand and even experience. Others will find them, in some sense, foreign. We can see this played out in our behavior when we think about two kinds of smile. There are many types of smile, but I want to focus on two types, one of which is known as the Duchenne smile. Duchenne found that there are smiles that seem to be highly associated with genuine pleasure. And when you're smiling a Duchenne smile, not only do the zygomatic major muscles around your mouth get activated, making your mouth do this, but also the orbicularis oculi muscles that go around your eye sockets are activated. I can't do that at will. Those muscles are activated. Those are the ones that make the sort of crow's feet types of smiles happen. And when you're genuinely and honestly and sincerely happy, you're likely to manifest that in your face by means of what we now call a Duchenne smile. Whereas what's sometimes referred to as a social smile, suppose you're having a birthday and someone gives you a present that you're only slightly happy to have, maybe it's a necktie or a mug or something that you're not so thrilled to become the owner of, you might make a polite smile, thank you, that does not involve activation of the orbicularis oculi. That's a polite smile. It's not necessarily insincere, but it seems very different from the Duchenne smile, which seems like a genuine emanation or manifestation or expression of a felt emotion. We can see the Duchenne smile as corresponding to a basic emotion or a primary emotion, whereas the social smile corresponding to a secondary emotion, two kinds of facial expressions that seem superficially similar, but that if you pay attention to, you can begin to distinguish between, and those correspond to primary and secondary emotions, respectively. Now, we're moving more towards the positive hypothesis that Damasio wants us to consider. When we are faced with experiential situations, something right in front of us, something that we remember, something that we consider about a possible course of action in the future, especially when we're trying to apply our practical rationality, we often have emotional reactions to those things. You might look at a picture of a disturbing image. You might look at a picture of a very happy image. You might watch videos on your computer of bear cubs playing on a hammock in somebody's backyard. When their backyard abuts a forest, for example, there are often amusing videos you can find online of things like bear cubs frolicking on a hammock and making merry. It's often a good way to improve your mood, at least I find, to watch bear cubs playing on a hammock or in somebody's swimming pool. Watching those images can produce emotions in you. Imagery often is rife with emotional content. Likewise, you might be able to activate a memory, some good experience of your childhood or some traumatic experience of your childhood, the activation of which might bring a certain emotional response. Likewise, when you think about a possible future situation, perhaps you're daydreaming about how fun it will be to go on the vacation with your friends, the one that you've planned and are very much looking forward to, that might result in an emotional reaction to you as well. So notice that, and as Damasio points out, our images, our mental images that we form, can also have emotional contours about them, so to speak. Those images that you call up are often generally visual, but not necessarily just visual. You could have, so to speak, auditory images. Some people are able to call up tactile or olfactory images. Some people can remember how something tasted that they've eaten before. That would be a sort of gustatory experiential image. Notice also that when you're experiencing the world, either by virtue of perception of what's happening in real time, or because you're remembering things from the past, or because you're imagining possible situations in the future or how things might have gone, contrary to the way things actually have gone, those experiences, those images are often, as Damasio will put it, marked in a certain way for you. So think about a case such as getting an email or maybe even a hard copy letter from an old friend that you haven't seen for a very long time, you've lost track of, you've been wishing for a while you could get back in touch with that friend. There's that line in your inbox in your email, or there's that letter in your mailbox. You might look at that and your heart flutters in the course of doing so. You're delighted to receive, because you can see the return address, for example. You're delighted to receive that letter from a person that you've been looking forward to getting back in touch with. That is to say, that envelope or that line on your inbox, whatever it may be, is going to be, as Damasio will describe it, somatically marked. That's a kind of technical term. It's marked in the sense that experientially, it jumps out at you. It's vivid. It almost screams out your name. It's somatically, Damasio will say, somatically marked because its ability to jump out at you depends upon your body's reaction. There will be chemicals, neurological events, neurotransmitters activated of various kinds that will make it possible for you to experience that event in the vivid, powerful way that you do. So the idea is this, then. An object in experience can be somatically marked, Damasio will say, because it calls up an emotion, but it's not as if there's an emotion over here and an experience over there. Rather, for Damasio, items of perception, including memory, including prospective thought about the future, are going to themselves be somatically marked because they, so to speak, shimmer with an emotional contour. You contemplate longingly the prospect of going on that day trip with your friends. You contemplate with a shudder or cringingly that embarrassing thing that you did last week, for example. Those are all cases of experiences being somatically marked. So Damasio is going to be forwarding what he calls the somatic marker hypothesis. And for him, the somatic marker hypothesis essentially is the following: that our bodies react emotionally to situations that present themselves in experience, and that bodily reaction is itself manifested in how they present themselves as being attractive, cringeworthy, hand over face, run away, jump out at the thing, whatever. Your body will have a response, and that response that your body has is going to be manifested in how the thing appears to you perceptually. That's a very important, for me, central aspect of Damasio's positive proposal. And I want you to think a little bit about your experience. When you're contemplating your past, when you're thinking about what you might do in the future, when you're going through your emails, your letters, your texts, various other kinds of messages, communications with other people. Some of the things in your experience will be plain, will be relatively neutral. Some other things will be charged in a certain way. And Damasio will say those charges, whether they're positive or negative, are various forms of somatic markedness. Where that charge comes from is your body's response to the experience that you get from those memories, current events, or contemplation of future possibilities. So I hope you've thought a little bit about the extent to which your experience is somatically marked. And again, I want you to get used to that phrase. What does it mean for something to be somatically marked? It's not the case that there's an experience here and there's an emotional reaction over there. Rather, when you experience, your body is in the game as well. Your soma means having to do with the body. So your body's reaction to experience is crucial for giving that experience the shape that it has, at least in those cases in which experiences have an emotional significance for you. And this is very important for our discussion, because it seems to me Damasio's insight here about the way in which experience is often, not always, but often somatically marked, is relevant to our attempt to get a deeper understanding of self-knowledge for the following reason. You might think that self-knowledge is a matter of introspecting on your experiences, looking inside and asking whether you're happy, sad, hungry, tired, irritated, resentful, as the case may be. That's the modern introspectionist way of thinking about self-knowledge. By contrast, the Socratic and more generally ancient conception, in at least the Western tradition, at least one important ancient conception, is going to be, let's have a discussion in which we try to bring up to conscious awareness our assumptions about the nature of justice, wisdom, virtue, piety, as the case may be. These two are important, they're valuable, and they're things we do a great deal. Damasio wants to suggest, in effect, is suggesting a third dimension of self-knowledge, which comes from looking outside. That is to say, comes from paying attention to the way in which your experience of the world, be it memory, be it perception of what's going on in real time, or be it thought about the future, paying attention to the way in which your experience is rife with, resonant with bodily and thereby emotional reaction. When you look upon something cringingly, for example, you've got a to-do list, for example, you've written down the things that you need to do, and there's one item on the list that you have trouble looking at. Every time you look at and think about, it begins to make you shake or sweat or shudder or cringe. You might not notice, but that's a reason for thinking that there's something that you feel about that prospect of having to apologize to that person that you made a mistake with, for example, or having to take care of a chore that is somehow unattractive to you. You might not have been aware beforehand of the fact that that prospect was somatically marked. But if you learn to pay attention to the somatic markedness of your experience, I want to suggest, then even though your mind's eye, so to speak, is looking outward, not gazing inward, your mind's eye is looking at this thing that you've got to do, this chore you've got to take care of, this phone call you've got to return, this email you've got to send, this bill you've got to pay, this thank you note you've got to send, etc. Some of those things will resonate to you in a positive way. They draw you in, they call your name. Other things are going to resonate perhaps in a negative way or in a way that's fraught. And if you learn to listen to the resonance of those experiences, I want to suggest that's a route, not the only route, but a route to self-knowledge, because you can understand how your body reacts to a prospective situation or a past situation, and thereby learn about what's going on inside of you. In Wilson, we talked about Wilson's idea of learning about yourself by looking outward, but his focus was on your behavior. That aspect of your behavior, for example, that might show that you've got an implicit bias. You can learn about your implicit biases, for example, by looking at your behavioral performance on various assessments, for example, or to see whether or not you show in your statistical behavior of your work as a realtor or teacher, whether or not you favor one kind of client or student over the other. Damasio's got a different dimension, a different perspective on these things. And he's saying, instead of looking at your overt gross behavior, you can also pay attention to your experience, your perceptual experience, and think about, by looking at that note that you've left to yourself, and that particular line on your to-do list, for example, then listening to how your body reacts to your attention to that line, you can thereby learn about the way you feel about that prospect. That's another route into self-knowledge that I think is important for our purposes in understanding from different perspectives what's involved in understanding ourselves, getting a better sense of ourselves. But Damasio also has a criticism that he bases on his conception of the somatic marker hypothesis that I want to discuss now. He asks you to consider the following case. Suppose you've got a business and you're trying to make it go. It has not been able to turn much of a profit yet, but you're still trying. And you come across someone who's prepared to do a business deal with you that would be very lucrative for your business, get you finally into the black, make your business a success after all this effort. The problem is just that this prospective client that you're contemplating is also your best friend's worst enemy. So imagine you're about to shake hands on the deal. Along walks my friend on the sidewalk, and he takes a look at us, sees what we're doing, and I lock eyes with my friend. Would that prospect be something that I'd shudder, that I contemplate with revulsion? That is to say, as that prospect one that is somatically marked for me in a strongly negative way? Well then, if it is, I need to think about whether doing this business deal is actually a prudential choice, whether it's a good thing for me to do. Likewise, many of us have learned, in my case, fortunately, never the hard way, but I certainly know people who have learned the hard way, that sending, for example, an email, even if it's an email that expresses some feelings that you've got towards the recipient, whenever you send an email, especially if you're an employee of a large organization like a university, that email is not necessarily completely private. Whenever I send an email, I try to ask myself, how would I feel if the contents of this email were publicly available in a well-known newspaper, for example, for the entire reading public to see? Would I cringe at that prospect? Then I better not send the email. Likewise, some people who are tempted to take a 5-finger discount, take some money or some goods when they think no one is looking, probably do well to ask themselves, how would I feel if my picture were in the newspaper of all the people who've been caught committing crimes in the previous week in this particular area where I live? That prospect, that threat of public humiliation, for example, is one that hopefully will deter certain people from doing certain things. So Damasio says, when deciding what to do, you need to, and most of us will normally appeal to our somatic markers in asking ourselves whether that would be a good thing to do or not. And when we're acting prudentially, those somatic markers will hopefully automatically and relatively spontaneously guide us in deciding what is the best course of action. They don't always do the entire decision-making for us, but they certainly serve as good guides. Notice that, as Damasio would say, that when you've got compromised somatic markers, he wants to suggest that Phineas Gage and Eliot and various other patients who have what he calls the Gage matrix, in some important respect are similar to Phineas Gage, their somatic markers are in a sense broken. Their somatic markers are in a sense dysfunctional. So that, for example, Eliot can contemplate the prospect of doing a business deal with his best friend's worst enemy, but the fact that that could be problematic for his best friend if his best friend finds out leaves Eliot cold. Likewise, presumably, Gage was aware of the fact that his being offensive, his being profane in the front of women of his day might put them off, but somehow the prospect of putting them off didn't seem to resonate with him in any way. Whereas for others, putting somebody off would resonate with us in a sort of don't do that kind of a dimension or sound. So the idea is the following, that for Damasio, when you're deciding whether to make a decision, if your somatic markers are normal, that is to say, if you don't have something like the Gage matrix, then your somatic markers will guide you. But Damasio also wants to use this as a criticism of what he takes to be subjective expected utility theory. And his thought is the following. What he calls the high reason view is sometimes refers to as formal logic. And that's not quite right, because formal logic is best understood as having to do with theoretical rather than practical rationality. So formal logic is not an issue for practical reasoning. There's no criticism that could be had in this context. But he also makes clear that he thinks that subjective expected utility theory cannot accommodate the value and importance of using somatic markers in decision-making. And here's the thought. Damasio suggests that if you're doing subjective expected utility theory, you've got to draw up a matrix, you've got to calculate utilities and probabilities, multiply, add across, take the sum of those products in a given row, and then figure out which row has the greatest subjective expected utility. Damasio does not see any place in which somatic markedness of an outcome in that outcome space could play a role. And as a result, he wants to say that according to subjective expected utility theory, there's no room for emotions and the way in which emotions allow our objects of perception to be charged in the somatic sense. There's no room, he suggests, for emotions to guide us in decision-making. And as a result, Damasio wants to put the somatic marker hypothesis, which is central for his line of thought, as something that he wants to use to criticize subjective expected utility theory. However, I want to argue that that's a misunderstanding on Damasio's part of what suit actually says. I emphasized before that subjective expected utility theory does not require paying no attention to your emotions. As I mentioned, if you're deciding whether to take an umbrella on a day where there's a non-zero chance of rain, you need to ask how much you would like or dislike, how upset you would be if you had some rain falling on you, even if you didn't get soaked. Even getting a little bit wet could be a big problem for you if you're going to an interview for an important job, for example. Otherwise, it might not be a big deal. But you do need to consult your emotions in asking, how much would I like or dislike this outcome? If you don't have any emotions to consult, then you're going to be like David Hume's character, who is in a building. He has nothing but cognition, no access to his emotions. He's in a building. He's aware of the fact the building is now on fire. But unless he's got access to an emotion such as, I care, it would be bad, I'm afraid to be burned, and so forth, he's just going to sit there and watch the building burn around him. So too, when you're doing subjective expected utility theory, you not just can, but need to appeal to your emotional reactions to various of the outcomes in the outcome space. So I want to suggest that, whereas Damasio argues that the somatic marker hypothesis serves as a challenge to and a criticism of subjective expected utility theory, there's no reason why the two have to be at odds. Suit can love the somatic marker hypothesis in the following sense. If I've got that business and I'm deciding whether or not to enter into a partnership or business or transaction with this potential client who happens to be my best friend's worst enemy, I do need to ask myself, how much would I cringe when my friend finds out? Probably it's just a matter of time until my friend does find out. Is that something I could stomach, or is that something that I would hate myself for doing, and that might actually upset our friendship, maybe destroy our friendship? How much do I care about that? Those somatically marked potential situations are ones I need to listen to in order to decide what to do. Likewise, when you're deciding whether or not you want to become friends with someone, you've met them once, you're considering whether or not you want to continue to develop a relationship with that person, whether or not that person gives you a funny feeling, a sort of uneasiness that you can't quite name, but that when you see that person, you somehow cringe, you somehow shudder, somehow have a bodily desire to turn away, for example. That's evidence that should not be ignored in deciding what is the practically rational thing to do. Likewise, when I'm, for example, advising students, many of my students come to me and ask what I think they should major in. They can't decide. There are lots of things that they get excited about. I tell them, go to a good bookstore and go up and down the aisles, look at the different subjects, and which of those subjects makes your spine tingle? Which of those subjects makes you feel like you want to take every book off the shelf and read each one? If you find a subject like that, that's a very good reason to study that subject. Whereas if there's a subject that you look at as a potential chore, as something that maybe is important, something you need to do in order to get a job, but that you kind of don't get very excited about and perhaps be a little bit put off by when you look at the actual books or magazines or workbooks or things of the kind concerning that topic, that's evidence of your emotional and thereby bodily reaction to the prospect of pursuing that course of study. And that's a good indication, not a perfect indication, not the only bit of evidence that you should consult, but one bit of evidence that you should consult in deciding what to do. So somatic markers can be married to the subjective expected utility theory in such a way as to help us make good decisions, so long as those somatic markers are themselves, so to speak, in good order. Try to focus on the sound, focus on nothing but the sound. And if you have some other thoughts that come your way, acknowledge them, maybe even mentally say hello to them, and let them float on by like clouds in the sky as you go back to thinking about the sound. So I said somatic markers are a good indication of what you should do as long as they're in good order. What does that mean? Well, Damasio is clear, in fact, quite eloquent about the ways in which, even if you have somatic markers and have access to them in the way in which perhaps Phineas Gage and Eliot did not, still, those somatic markers can be off kilter in one way or another, and for a number of reasons. For example, your own experience with, for example, a traumatic event. Suppose, and many of my students, and I'm guessing many of you, will have had this experience of something that you've eaten in your life thus far that, although it itself, that kind of dish is not inherently bad, perhaps you got a bad dish of it because it had gone off and you got sick. Or maybe you were, in the way that I was when I was once a kid, drinking a certain kind of milkshake while in a car driving on a mountain road. And it wasn't anything wrong with the milkshake, but it was the fact that I was in the car and driving on a mountain road. That made me sick. And that particular kind of milkshake, that particular kind of convenience store, I never want to have again. That particular kind of milkshake is somatically marked for me and probably will be to the end of my life. Likewise, I'm sure you can think of cases in which something that's happened to you in your past is something that you still feel a kind of revulsion towards. In Damasio's language, we would say that is somatically marked for you. And that's not necessarily rational, right? There's no reason to think that just because this particular kind of thing made me sick 35 years ago, I'm less likely to make me sick anytime soon. It was just the particular situation that I was in. Nevertheless, I'm probably going to avoid that particular kind of food. So too, you can think of cases in which there is that particular corner that you once had a conflict with another kid while waiting for a school bus, and you tend to avoid that corner, even though many years have passed, and there's no reason to think any longer that street corner is a dangerous place. Or there might be a particular color or that corresponds to some clothing that someone wore that you had some feelings about. Or maybe there's a particular song that resonates for you because it has an association with some experience you had in your life, such as your first romance or something of the kind. Those are all fine, but you can also imagine how some things can be somatically marked in a way that creates, for example, a phobia. You might have had a run-in with an arachnid sometime in your life, the result of which perhaps is that all spider or members of the spider family are going to be things that give you extreme fear, even if this particular spider you're looking at is clearly very small and extremely unlikely to do you or any other thing very much harm. Nevertheless, people who have arachnophobia are going to have any member of the spider family be somatically marked for them as likely to cause terror. Likewise, heights, crowds of people, water, things that produce phobias are often going to be, when experienced, when you actually look at them or even think about them, are likely to be somatically marked for you and cause a strong emotional reaction. As you can see, those are not always the most functional things. Some of them will actually result in dysfunction, and some of them will make it difficult for you to lead the life that you want to lead. That is to say, some things might be somatically marked in such ways to make it hard for you to do what you want to do. If being in a crowd of people in a closed space, such as an airplane or a classroom, is something that is somatically marked for you in a strongly negative way, then you might find yourself unable to do the things you'd like to do. So too, addictions of various kinds, food, alcohol, drugs, can trip us up in such ways to make things somatically marked when in a sense they shouldn't be. You've already eaten your fill, and yet nevertheless this pizza or spaghetti or these empanadas, whatever, are going to be somatically marked because they call out for you to eat more and more of them. So these are examples of somatic markers going awry in one way or another. So these are things that can happen at the level of an individual's life, and how things at the level of the individual's life can make their life go off track, be dysfunctional in one way or another. You can also think about how a psychotherapist, for example, might try to help a patient in such ways to get their somatic markers back on track. So, for example, if you're afraid of speaking in front of a crowd, if you're speaking in front of a group, there are ways in which behavioral interventions in which you might be exposed to, at least, for example, a low level of somatic markedness of a crowd. And once you're able to, so to speak, erase the negativity in that low level, not very threatening, not very challenging crowd, you might be exposed to a slightly more challenging crowd to see whether you can erase the negative markedness of that and go on gradually over a period of time in such a way as to overcome the negative markedness of speaking in front of a crowd. So that something is somatically marked does not mean that it's necessarily going to be like that for the rest of your life. Those markings can change. They can be undone. They can be fixed in a certain way to your benefit in order to make your life more accessible. So too, someone who, for example, does not exercise but would like to be the sort of person who exercises might find ways to make the prospect of going to the gym, going out running, riding their bicycle, going swimming, be something that is somatically marked in a positive way. Many people have found tricks to get themselves to like and actually look forward to and relish the prospect of getting outside, running in the woods, swimming in the lake, riding a bike up the mountain, as the case may be. So these things can be harnessed for our good, and not necessarily in a way that makes trouble for us. But Damasio rightly also points out under the phrase, what he calls acquired sociopathy, that as an individual, one can become blind to what for normals are going to be somatically marked situations of others suffering, and perhaps more importantly, at a social level, whole societies, Damasio would say, can become sick for the reason that whole societies can be indoctrinated in such a way that people in the majority of a society might become unable to react emotionally, that is, no longer have somatic markedness as an application to the behavior as afflicted on certain groups. So, for example, in Nazi Germany, under the regime of Pol Pot, during various aspects of the Balkan crisis, during the genocide in Rwanda, we can see cases in which one group can be described as having what would normally be a somatically marked situation of watching somebody else suffer. What for normals would be an extremely upsetting, disturbing, life-changing experience can, with the right kind of indoctrination, brainwashing, etc., as long as those individuals are described as subhuman, vermin, insects, non-humans in one way or another, deserving of a certain kind of treatment, then what would normally be your visceral negative reaction to watching someone being tortured, killed, taken away, etc., is something that might, at this point, leave you cold. So Damasio wants to suggest that part of what can make a whole society sick is when what would normally be people's somatically marked reactions to others than themselves being treated in a certain way becomes erased. Somatic markers can be removed by the appropriate kind of indoctrination, brainwashing, propaganda, etc., in such ways to make us be left cold by situations that would normally affect us profoundly and very disturbingly. So Damasio wants to suggest that somatic markers are not necessarily good. They can be abused in a certain way, in such way as to make a society an extremely intolerant one, and they can pave the way for various kinds of genocide, etc. Damasio takes himself to be criticizing Descartes because, of course, the book is called Descartes' Error. What is the essence of Damasio's criticism of Descartes? Well, it takes two different forms, one of which Damasio wants to suggest is what he calls the abyssal separation of mind and body that we get with Descartes' dualism. That, I would suggest, is nothing new in the sense that we have already seen, and even Descartes' contemporaries were puzzled by a dualistic picture according to which it seems very puzzling how something purely non-physical, like a Cartesian mind, could have any causal interaction with something physical like a human body, even though it seems that interaction happens all the time when I do something so simple as to make a decision to lift up my hand. And likewise, knowledge of other minds is a problem that we've already discussed in the context of Cartesian dualism. So what Damasio refers to as the abyssal separation of mind and body is not something, it's a genuine criticism, but it's not an original criticism. It's something that we had known about for centuries. But Damasio also has a criticism of Descartes insofar as he takes Descartes to be a sort of arch rationalist, and by virtue of being a rationalist, being committed to the idea that what he calls pure reason is going to be sufficient to help us make the best decisions that we can. I want to suggest that that's a criticism that doesn't quite hit its mark for the following reason. Descartes, at least in the discussions that Damasio points towards, for example, meditations, discourse on method, etc., those Cartesian discussions are not particularly concerned with practical rationality. They're much more focused on theoretical rationality, the use of clear and distinct perception to find out about the world. That's not a practical question. That's a question about how things are. And so the fact that we might or might not use our emotions in the form of somatic markers is going to be irrelevant to the question how we do those things firstly. And secondly, Descartes, as a rationalist, might be read as holding that we should keep our emotions, even when deciding what to do, and in the practical realm, that we should keep our emotions out of it. We should not make any appeal to our emotions when deciding what to do. But it seems to me that Descartes would actually, when he talks about things like what nature teaches me in various parts of the Meditations and elsewhere, sometimes what Descartes refers to as what nature teaches me precisely is reference to an emotional response to a situation. So I think that I want to suggest that for Descartes, emotions are not inherently opposed to reason. So that while it's probably true that reason, as if we put it on a pedestal, is not something that has any obvious room for the use of emotions in decision-making, if we separate reason into two different types, practical and theoretical rationality, we can see that for theoretical rationality, emotions are just not, generally speaking, an issue, because with theoretical, we're trying to figure out what is the case, not what to do. For practical rationality, emotions are allowed to count. They should count in many cases, and there's nothing in Descartes that would rule them out as being able to play a role in decision-making in that practical rationality sense. So that while overall, Damasio's criticism of Descartes and the Cartesian tradition is not something that is either terribly original or terribly accurate as an account of something that Descartes can be criticized for. Nevertheless, I want to suggest that the hypothesis concerning somatic markers is a powerful, original one for our purposes, and it is especially important for understanding the nature of self-knowledge for precisely the reason that even though you might have been affected by somatic markers all your life thus far, you might not have noticed that you were doing so. By bringing into conscious awareness the existence of and importance of somatically marked experience, we can see how things that were part of experience all our lives thus far and have been affecting us are ones that we can now begin to pay attention to and thereby learn something about ourselves. I hadn't noticed it, but I cringe when I get that particular email from that particular party, or I hadn't noticed it, but I look upon that prospect with a certain amount of relish, excitement, enthusiasm. I was doing so, but I had not noticed that I was doing so, and that can teach me something about my own feelings and thereby be a route to understanding myself. As a result, it seems to me introspection and Socratic dialogue being two interesting and important aspects of self-knowledge. A third that I want to put on the table for you now is learning about yourself by paying attention to your experiential and thereby bodily reactions to things around you, both in your current experience, past, and future, thereby developing a more nuanced picture of what our understanding ourselves comes to.